Let's get ready to Minion! What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the fish tank. It's tournament time here. It's Night's Duel number 40! That's right. 40 of these awesome events. Is this going to be the last one? Who knows? But it's going to be a good one. We've got some great players in here as well. Let me just make sure that you can hear me. You can hear me. That's always a good sign. Right, hope everyone's doing well on this Saturday, 3 p.m, almost here in London. It's a bit of a miserable, wet day, but we're going to have a great time here. And we're just getting set up, and we'll get into the action as soon as possible. So, as always, $400 prize pool. This event is brought to you by Team Mana Frenzy and Minion Masters developers, BetaDwarf. It's a 1v1 tournament, so no wildcards. Of course, solos and pre-mades, no wildcards. Randoms, do whatever the F you like. Players will have bans. We'll go through that detail when we get to the first match. But basically, a player can ban a master and 2 cards to prevent their opponent from playing those, and their opponent has that power back to them. Now, as always, we're going to have 2 parts of the event. The first part is going to be the Swiss format, the Swiss part, where players will play each other for points, and the matches will be determined, or the matchups will be determined based on the players' performance today. So players that are doing well will play other players that are doing well, and so on and so forth. And then after that, we should have our top 4, and then we'll go into a shootout. So for the early part of the event, we'll be playing best of 3, and there'll be no restrictions on the Masters outside of the player bans. And then when we get to the top 4 shootout, we'll go to best of 5, and there'll be what we call conquest rules, where once you've won with a Master, you can no longer play with that Master. Any other pertinent information? As always, the season cards are banned. Now, we have only 1 season card, potentially the last ever card added to Minions, the Revenant. Don't know if we would see too much of that anyway, but that is banned. No season cards in the tournament. We did see 2 new alt perks for the Masters added in the last patch. So that was the Holy Fire, I think it's called, the perk 1 for Valorian, and the Onslaught Codex, the perk 3 for Ravager. Those are fine. Players can play those. Alt perks are allowed. Remember, alt perks are in the game. They've been in the game for like 6 months now, and still a lot of people don't know. Check out the Master, click on the perks. You get different options. Some of them are not great. Some of them are very good indeed. Right, so let's see what I've forgotten to do so far. Right, going live. Now, if you want to follow along the brackets, it should be in the pinned comment. There'll be a giveaway. The command will be in the chat at some point. Get involved in that if you want to. We are on a 3-minute delay, as always, for the tournaments. So if the chat interaction is a bit stifled, then you know exactly why that is. But thanks for the raid, Rizzler King, and Shadow Yucca Balls. Thanks for the follow. Right, so we kind of know what the event is going to be, but who is going to be in it? Let's have a quick look at the players and the first round brackets. Maybe you can follow along from home with, if you wish to, with these brackets. As I said, if you were listening, in the pinned comments, the pinned messages. Right, so if you've been following along with these events, all of these events on the left hand side here, latest at the bottom, you probably can't quite see it because of the beautiful overlay, but Fickers has won the last 3 events. Prior to that it was Nerzel, and then a couple, and then 3 for Disu. So Fickers is the man to beat at the moment, and he is here. So Fickers is here. Pillowpants, seasoned veteran. Disu, as we mentioned, multiple time winner. How can he do today? DK the man, newer player I think. DarkCrow, as we look back, we see many DarkCrow victories. Confabulant, I think a newer player. Set, interesting to see Set here today, because Set hung up his Minion gloves a while ago, but he is back. But I'll be surprised, no disrespect to Set, I'll be surprised if he is the winner today. Couple of things, he messaged me. He's no longer in Ukraine, so that's good. And he is playing on a phone. on bad Wi-Fi. So we'll see how Set can make that work. Destroy, we've seen a lot of him, of course, in the past. Deadhead Hawk, maybe a newer player. Carl Bickford, again, an experienced player. Asisa, we got Verbala, a familiar name. Actuator seems like a newer player. Centera, definitely seen a lot of Centera about. Tikafaya, newer player, I think. And Anno. Anno has been a member of the Minion Masters community, and for even longer than that, he's been a member of the Fish Tank community. He was my first ever moderator back in my Fortnite days. And he's still here. We can't get rid of him. As always, we'll have our dual deck technology so you can watch and see both the players' hands at the same time, assuming everything is working correctly. So let's start getting set up for our first match. And I think we're going to see the defending champion face off against Pillowpants. And we'll see if we can get that set up for you. So the way that the Swiss format works is that the next round can't complete until all of the matches in the previous round have completed, because the players play based on their performance. So hopefully the players will be prompt and we won't have too many delays. Right, so Ficus, defending champion, against Pillowpants. There are some cards with some warnings because they are bugged in negative ways. I think probably the worst one is the Incubus that can get stuck if its target dies when it's doing its nether step. So the players do have a list of cards with warnings. They can play them if they wish to, but of course there is the potential for it to backfire. So, you know, if they do decide to play them, then they've basically just said that they will accept whatever happens. Right. We are an English stream, yes. So let's just get the score set up and then we'll... And we'll look at the player bans. As mentioned, the players can and likely will ban against their opponent. They can ban 1 master and 2 cards. That means those banned cards cannot be played by their opponent, but they themselves can play them. Unless, of course, their opponent bans them back at them. The players, Tangy with a 10 stream, Streak Dab, very nice. The players generally will do the bans in secret, so nobody gets the benefit of going second and responding to the bans. And I mean, we speak about this every time with how do you ban? The bans are very different from player to player. Also, the bans are very different from experienced player to newer player. Because, you know, we know that some cards are very, very strong in the lower ranks, like a Colossus. Lots of newer players don't have the techniques yet to deal with it, whereas at the higher ranks, no problem at all. Some players will ban stuff that's specifically strong against their deck. Some players, if they're familiar with their opponent, will ban stuff that they know their opponent probably wants to play and will play well. And there's also just the general meta out there on the ladder, tournament meta as well, which the metas are a little bit different. So the players can choose to ban based on those. But let's see. There are normally some fairly familiar faces when it comes to the bans and stuff. And I correct myself, it is 1 master and 3 card bans. Sorry. I said 2, but it is 3. It used to be 2. It is 3. And remember, Minion Masters is available on Xbox, PC, and Android. I don't know if we've got any Xbox players here today, but we're definitely going to have some... At least 1 mobile player. There is cross-play. I remember there's cross-platform, full cross-platform, cross-save between PC, Steam, and Android. Link your accounts together, play them on both of the platforms. But yeah, just to clarify, it is 3 Master. 3. Okay, just to clarify, it's... Let me just put it on the screen, okay? And then everyone knows. There's 1 Master ban and 3 card bans, okay? Just ignore what I say, just follow the rules. Hey Neo Salad, good to see you. Anno did indeed get a bye in the round. Unfortunately, there's an odd number of players. We got some odd players and an odd number of players. Those are not necessarily the same thing. Anno does get a bye. Sometimes the buys count against you, though. We'll see. It's always fun when we get to the end of the Swiss part of the event and then we have to thrash out the tiebreakers. But I don't think anyone understands. Okay, so we got some bans coming in. Who have we got as player 1? We've got Ficus set as player 1. Okay, so Ficus has banned Volko. Now, if you've been following along on my YouTube, looking at both my meta video, as well as we did an extra video where the devs, as part of the... Because remember, going forward, the community is going to be balancing the game on their own. And as part of that, the devs gave us some stats regarding the win rates and play rates for Masters and cards, but also for Master perks. And we were able to see from that data, although it wasn't a huge amount of data, but from that data we could see that Volko, with the alt perk 3, the Endless Rage, where you get the 10 mana over 10 seconds, one time only thing, and the Ember's Flare for those 10 seconds, that had a very high win rate. So I expect to see people play that if they are going to play Volko. So Volko's been banned. Okay, this seems quite specific here. Not... So Volko, Spirit Infusion, Defenso Chopper, and Red Golem. That seems quite specific. And Pillowpants has banned Wrecked. Wrecked is a master that's not getting any nerfs in the next balance patch, but might after that. Kind of being outshone a little bit because of the power of Volko and Ape and Valorian, both who are getting nerfs, if I can speak. So we'll see how those nerfs affect... If those masters are getting weaker, then Wrecked will probably get stronger. The stats will probably show that, and maybe he'll get a nerf. And specifically, I think we're talking about the Wrecked alt perk 3, the Gun Carter. Right, so Pillowpants has banned Wrecked, Daggerfall. Annihilator seems a strange ban, but Annihilator does get a lot of play. And Ardera. Now, we know Ardera is very powerful in very specific Empyrean decks. Okay, I think I typed it all right. Right, so it seems quite specific against Pillowpants here from the Ficus, the Red Golem, and the Spirit Infusion. Banning the Defenso is interesting, suggests that he might have going for some melee stuff. We'll see. Daggerfall, very, very heavily played spell, especially in solos. Not sure. I don't think that's getting a nerf, but it could do at some point. I think its area is just a little bit too big. Right. Okay, this is the litmus test. We're going to say ready, and we'll find out if we are actually ready. Right, we've got Pillowpants, and we've got Ficus. Right, this is the first match of the day. Guys, thanks so much for joining me today. Hopefully we're going to have a great tournament. As we went through at the start, we got lots of really good players here today. And hopefully we'll have some really good matches. As I mentioned before, you can follow along with the brackets link at the top of the chat if you want to see what's going on. Remember, all the round matches go on at the same time. And the players are encouraged to keep the matches reported up to date as they go through. They don't always do it, but most do. So, of course, the way it works is the players will then say, I want to ban these, and then they have a little bit of time to react to those bans. Have they had some specific decks banned, and then they're going to play some other things? Or are things being banned that they can then switch out? The ideal ban is sort of a ban that will remove an entire deck. Like Ardera is a really good ban because it does remove quite a specific deck archetype, and it's not easy for Ardera. It's, you know, you can't replace Ardera like for like, so whatever else you put in there, it's going to be a different, arguably weaker deck. Yeah, so Volko's ult perk 3 is you get that 10 mana over 10 seconds. Only once, but the idea is you get to do a huge push and either end the game at that point or do enough damage and get far enough ahead. Because remember, these one-time only perks, they're one-time only. It's just what it says on the tin. So if you don't get a lot of value at that time, then you don't have any further perk 3 as the game goes on. So if the game does go into Mana Frenzy, then these masters tend to struggle a little bit. Right, here we go. It's the first game of the day. It's defending champion 3 times in a row, Ficus, against Pillowpants. It's Minion Masters. It's version 2.9. What are we going to see in these opening matches?
The fight is on.
I don't know, but we're going to see it together. Okay, Ficus is playing Morelia. Pillowpants is playing Ratbo. Ratbo very strong, very, very strong in pre-mates, but doing pretty well everywhere. We can check the perks. Actually, I have to switch to a different screen to check the perks. Squeak attack, so that's the ult perk there. And Morelia's ult perk is probably the worst. One of the worst of the ult perks out there. Unfortunately. Instead of your spell book, you just get a spell page randomly, which may or may not be what you want, and it kind of goes completely against the plan of just being able to adapt with the spell book.
Red has obtained the first perk.
So, from the looks of it, no Daka, which is probably going to make sense. We don't see the Daka too often. There is a little bit... There is a balance change coming from Ratbo, kind of in the form of a bug fix, where there's supposed to be a cooldown on his perk 2, where there currently isn't, but there will be. Right, little XP lead for Ficus to start with. And we were talking about earlier with Volko having that big perk 3 push. That's, of course, a bit of a calling card of Morelia, where she has that perk 3 dragon, and that's a one-time only perk. Does the dragon win you the game? Does the dragon get you far enough ahead? Because, of course, going forward, you don't have a perk 3, whereas Ratbo will. Interesting to see the Spell Dancer being played by Ficus, which isn't something we see too often. Used to be very, very meta. He fires those sparks. If you have enough mana. If you're in Mana Surge, 6+ mana. But that Prowler's getting a lot of good hits. Oof. That's a mistake there from Pillowpants. A little bit late, needing to tank that against the Prowler. I'm not exactly sure how the Prowler works. I feel like it re-aggroes after its jump, so maybe he could have saved that then if he was a little quicker. But a strong XP lead at the moment. But let's see if Ratbo's perk 2, Squeak Attack, can change things here. The Scrats will be spawning burrowed, which means they are not targetable. And they have that bonus damage when they spawn. But Pillowpants not in a great spot. 1000 HP left. Long way down on XP. Because placing the Prowler so it gets that jump, gets that double damage. Okay, that's nice use of the Spell Dancer there, taking out the Annihilator. I'm not sure if he got lucky with it not targeting any of the other Scrats. But kind of the interesting thing is, because the Scrats are burrowed, they're not going to be targeted by the Spell Dancer, which kind of makes it better for Fickus. Right, perk 3 for Fickus. We can see that his dragon's available. Is he going to choose to use it? Let's have a look. He's so far ahead, it doesn't really matter. I think the music might be a little bit loud. Let me know. The dragon, of course, comes with the breath. Nice use. Getting that riposte back on the musketeer. Onto the bridge. And again, that prowler getting massive value. Very low HP. And the thing with the burrowed Scrats, again, is like normally you would just spawn a Scrat at the tower just to tank things like a Cleaver or the Prowler. But it's not so easy to do when they're burrowed. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. Right, dragon is here. What does Pillowpants have in the way of DPS to get through that dragon?
Red gains the third perk.
Okay, so Fickus is playing the Incubus. As mentioned, it is a card with a warning. But I feel like Pillowpants has messed up here. He's got that dragon. The dragon I don't think is aggroed on face, but it is hitting face. Right, there we go. Game 1, and Fickus was always in control of that one from basically from the start. Always had an XP lead, was doing a lot of damage on every push. The Prowler getting so much value time and time again. The Incubus, remember, the Incubus will be great against ranged units. Not only does it nether step to ranged units that are attacking it, but it also has Bulwark, which means it takes 50% less damage from... Well, it's not 50% now. It's... I can't remember what it is. Is it 30% less? Something like that. It's like 30% less damage from ranged units, which just make it suddenly a lot tankier than it used to be. Let's just have a double check on Bulwark. It is... Okay, that Bulwark tooltip doesn't work. Lovely. It will work on Rystar. Remember, Bulwark came in with Rystar. Okay, 35% less damage on Bulwark. Such a weird word. Right, so reigning champion 3 times in a row, Fickus has won the first game of the day. So there are no restrictions, as we said at this point in the tournament, over the player bans. So if Fickus wanted to play Morelia again, he could do. Often Morelia decks win because of the dragon. That felt like that game was going to be won regardless of the dragon. Right, game 2. Best of 3, so this could be the decider. Right, APEP. Oh, heads up. So today's Saturday. Next Saturday will be the next patch. And there's a cool looking skin in it. It is a recolor, but it's a cool looking recolor. Right, Pillowpants playing Wrecked, playing very aggro here. With the Void Altar. Shadow Whelp has come out of it. Shadow Whelp's going to get a lot of value here. So remember, the Void Altar drops these Void Souls, like that red thing on the red ball on the left there. That's a Void one, there's another one. So there's 3 of them in total. 1 on your side, 2 on the opponent's side. Pick them all up, get lots of value. Incubus, Succubus, or Whelp. It's a card that can allow you to dominate, but also if it gets shut down, and remember it did get nerfed in the last patch where it has less HP than before, but the first worked out, and I think Pillowpants was kind of lucky that he did get that Whelp. as the first pull. It is random, I think. I don't think there's any sort of cycle. But you can see he's got a cheap deck. He's got the Windwalker to jump and grab one of the far orbs. Void Souls. There we go. So this is looking okay. Oof. But then suddenly, the Rabid Prowler shuts everything down. That Rabid Prowler is going to be a problem. But Ficus has taken a lot of face damage, and he's not really behind. But that Prowler's still going. Pillowpants decides to jump, keep the Rect out on the field. Okay, both players taking massive damage at the moment. Pillowpants is probably just going to allow this to come on. Try to get the Void Altar down. There it is. Needs to watch out for that Rabid Prowler, though. The Avalanche is going to be pretty painful. He's going to Windwalker at the top. Get the Whelp. The Whelp's going to be potentially helpful dealing with that Rabid Prowler. Okay, Ficus using the standard perk. I'm not sure if he changed it for APEP. He may have seen how aggro this is and gone for the standard perk. With the shield. But Ficus now in an XP lead. But if one of these pushes goes badly for Pillowpants, it could be over. But again, the Whelp doing huge work there. Right, Windwalker. Ficus trying to deny it. Can the Windwalker get there? No, it can't. Okay, only one Void Altar spawn collected that time from Pillowpants, and this is when you can start to just struggle. I think Ficus did a great job holding on early, and it's probably just going to win through just APEP things, right? APEP value, keeping the pressure on. Keeping the pressure on means that it's just impossible, really, for Pillowpants to get this Void Altar out efficiently. This is going to be a problem. Oof. He did pincer it, but it was a little bit late. And again, Ficus doing a great job trying to stop that. Oh, I don't think that got picked up. It didn't. That Rabid Prowler's on face. One more attack, and that's going to be game. Okay. Pillowpants had the ascendancy at the start, for sure. But just so much pressure on top of him. He's unable just to... Did he get full value out of the Void Altar at any point? Not sure. And when he did, it didn't really achieve too much. To be fair, though, he did have a really good start. The Shadow Whelp being the first pull from the Void Altar was really helpful to start with. And he did do a lot of damage, but that was kind of the brightest that he burnt at that during that game. Right, Ficus, defending champion, has taken that match. But the way tournaments work is there's more than one match. There's multiple people, multiple matches. And we have to keep up to date on what's going on in all of them. So, let's give a sneaky little refresh here. Remember, you can see exactly this page from home. Okay, so Disu's lost the first game against DK the Man. DarkCrow beating Confubulent. Set beating Silent Rogue. Remember, we said Set playing on his phone today. Destroy getting a victory. Kyle, Bickford, no score there. Verbala's got to win. Centera's got to win. Anno's beaten nobody. Okay, so the Disu losing the first match. Interesting, we can find out what's going on there. And let's see if we can get in on that match. So... Disu. Okay, we're loading in, so something's going on. Looks like it's 0-1 at the moment. Don't know if I have his opponent.
Showtime!
Okay. Okay, Disu's going to take this one. Remember, when you do load into a game that's been going on for a long time, you get to see everything that's happened. Okay. Got to see Disu finish. Phrasing. Okay, so it is 1-1 in this. Let's update our player names, Disu and BK the man. BK was the man in game 1, not quite in game 2. Okay, let's see. Do we have DK as a friend here? Ooh, good job. Good work. Right, this is the decider.
This is Minion Masters. Let's duel.
Game 1 we didn't see, but Disu says opponent played Zenshi. He was greedy control. Disu did not have the DPS. Okay, looks like Zenshi again. Like a classic Disu deck. Impetus. That's really nice with the Impetus there. Not only did he push the Golem off of the bridge, so he had the bridge the longest time, but he also gave the Assassin time to re-stealth, which not only got the Assassin an extra hit, but meant the Assassin didn't get hit by the blue Golem, so that was really nice.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Remember, stuns reset aggro. I'm surprised that the Tranquil Monkey's going to heal at the bottom there. Massive. It was dead, it was hanging on, and it's alive. That's basically a free 4 mana unit there. Right, good Bear Avalanche. We're going to get Karmic Shield here. This is going to be a good hit back. Ravenous Swarmers come in. Assassin spawned in the middle, so his opponent's not quite sure on which side he's going, but Disu's got a massive XP lead at the moment. I don't know if his opponent knows that Assassin's there. He does now. But that Assassin clears everything. He's going to re-stealth as well. Beam from the spellbook. That's the alt perk from Milloween, sorry, the second perk, the Zanian spellbook. That's a 5 mana beam. Huge value there. Grasping Thorns there from the spellbook. So the key with the spellbook is to use it and to use it quickly. Remember, if you hold it for longer than 5 seconds, then it's costing you overall value. The cooldown is stopped. Healer comes out. That means he has to commit to kill that. Otherwise, that can come back and be a huge problem. Right, Ravenous Swarmers come in. Remember, they're activated after a spell. Haste and Rage, and this is going to be too much. Disu's going to take this. We don't know what happened in the first game, but Disu was comfortable in that game. Right. 2-1 to Disu. He's off with a winning start. But remember, losing that round could be detrimental overall when we get to the later stages. We'll see. When we put all the numbers into the machine and crunch them, we'll see what happens. So hopefully, that is the final game that we were waiting on. And it indeed is. Okay, it's been reported. Nice. So, oh, of course, and it's remiss of me not to have mentioned it so far, but Sinobie's here with me, of course. Round of applause for Sinobii. These events would not happen without him. Sinobii running everything behind the scenes, so big shout out to him. Would love to see a Sinobii stream sometime. I'm sure you would too. Right, round 2. Verbala against Destroyed. Centera against Anno. Bickford. Kyle against Ficus. Set against DarkCrow. That's a big one, but remember Set's on his phone. Or on a phone. Actuator against Silent Rogue. Bucells against Assisa. T-Cafe against Deadhead Hawk. Disu against Confabulant. And DK the Man against Pillowpants. I want to see Set against DarkCrow, and I want to see how well Set can do on his phone. As we said before, these events and Minion Masters in general, it's cross-platform. There's cross-platform play. So you can play against players or with players of all the different platforms. Xbox, PC Steam, also PC Mac Steam, that's a thing, right? And Android. All of those platforms can play with and against each other. And as I mentioned earlier, the Steam version of the game and the Android version of the game can be linked together. So you can play the same account on your phone or on your computer. Not at the same time, though. The Hill Monkey is good, but only if you understand how to keep it alive. Efficiently, right? If it heals, great. If you spent 12 mana to save it, you know, that's not really Value Town. This game is all about just being mana efficient. And ultimately, you probably win if you're more mana efficient. Or if your opponent just plays some huge push deck. So, we're gonna check out Set and DarkCrow. And we'll see how that works out. Mobile against PC. Everything should be fine, right? From our point of view, running the tournament, spectating it, it should be platform agnostic, if that's the right word. I can't really tell what platform anyone's on. Shouldn't make any difference. In theory. But we know how that works out. So, Set against DarkCrow. Both of these players have won many tournaments, of course. This is going to be the second round of the Swiss part of the event. We spoke about the players having band powers. They get new band powers, well, the same band powers, but refreshed each round. So, new round, new bands. We shall await those. I don't think Bearvalanche is quite so oppressive anymore, where it doesn't slow. It doesn't slow in terms of attack. The so-called good players. Hey, Sinobii. Right, so we are awaiting the bans. You can't have two rank 1 accounts and play them at the same time. That is also correct. Right, bans coming in. Right, who's player 1? Set. Okay, Set has banned Valorian. We know Valorian's very powerful, especially with that ult perk 2, which is getting nerfed in the next patch. The Fervent Warrior. So Valorian, Magma Cannon. Okay, let's put these in order. Morgrel's Mark, very strong solo card. Magma Cannon, that again is getting a nerf in the upcoming patch, but very strong at the moment. And Herald Our Moon. We know historically that sets like to play those kind of slithery decks. Okay, both players banning Valorian. Walker-Saw Pup is a ban that I wasn't necessarily expecting. It has been nerfed in the recent patches, so it's not quite as oppressive as it used to be. Also Magma Cannon, and just the regular old green dog, aka the Prowler. Right, there we go. Both players banning Valorian, so that means all the other masters are on the table. Right, ready. Nina, you need to learn to just, like, type a whole sentence. We don't need 7 messages for one sentence. That's when it becomes spammy. Right, so we are ready from the looks of it here. DarkCrow, Set, both online, both spectated, both ready to go. We have the bands. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. We're just waiting on them. A muffin. Right, see if we're missing anything anywhere. Right. What are we waiting on? Who knows? But it's not me. We do have a giveaway running if you want to get in that. Should be a timed message about that, unless I messed that up. Minion Masters forever. If you're new to the game, these matches should be really helpful for you. Just watch the players, see how they play, look at their positioning. Because remember, Minions is about choosing the right thing at the right time in the right place. And just slight differences in positioning can hugely change the outcome. Newer players would generally find that they just, as soon as they've got their mana, they want to spend it. Whereas experienced players will, when appropriate, they'll just hold their mana. That gives them the flexibility to react as appropriate. And if you're reacting to your opponent, often you can be a lot more efficient than just throwing mana in and letting your opponent react to it. Health as well. Minion Master Power Tower Health. I don't know why I said it like that, but health is a resource. Newer players are always terrified of taking any sort of face damage, whereas experienced players see that health as a resource. You can use that health instead of taking the damage on your minions, and then allow your minions to be more effective. Just don't run out of the health, right? You only need 1 health point left to win a game. We see that specifically with, you know, strats like with the Red Golem and the Blood Imps, actually actively taking face damage to get more valuable units. You know, Blood Imps, the trade-off of Blood Imps is costing you health, but you're getting cheap units. They might only be small, but their DPS is decent. They can take both bridges, and that's just for 1 mana. Players are working on tech issues. Okay. Remember, one of these guys is on the phone, one is on PC. So, let's see. I see set online. There was an issue with one of the latest patches that did kind of break the friends list. But that was not for Android. Android somehow managed to avoid that. And that was pretty annoying because that was also a problem in the previous patch that was fixed, and then the devs forgot to package that fix into the next patch. So that issue regressed and then came back. And as always, they can patch it nice and easy on Steam, but getting the rollout of the patch on Xbox always takes longer. Right, here we go. Set against DarkCrow. Phone against PC. Is it going to be the new phone, or is it going to be the old PC Master Race? Set, of course, playing the Winter Arena. Set's rank is very low, hasn't been playing this season, but we know he's a very good player. Right, Set playing Volko. Standard Volko perk from the looks of it. DarkCrow has the alt Ratbow perk. No Ardera ban, so Set is playing Ardera. So remember, Ardera does a few things. Here she is. She damages herself on attack, and then when she dies, she rages everything around her. And if that thing happens to be Empyrean, it will give it Divine Shield. Like that. But DarkCrow has the Hypnotize, which could be a great way of shutting that down. But the thing with Hypnotize is that it does have random targeting. So if there are multiple friendly units, you don't know exactly what's going to attack what. And sometimes you just get the worst luck out of it and get basically no value. What's up, Cranerfish? Good to see you. Right, DarkCrow, Azali. She's going to give shields to ground minions every time they take a bridge. Okay, the heal there, but here comes the Hypnotize. This could be bad. Okay, the dog dies. That's quite important. And the thing with Volko is these embers on the bridge, they're great when you can get them, pick them up and grab the bridges, but when you're defending, they're very difficult to get value from. It's almost like King Puff in a way, where if you can't get on the bridge for perk 3 with those Night Puffs, it can be hugely problematic. Right, Divine Shield pops, Shield Guard raged and on the bridge, no specific DPS, can't push it off. You can push some things off the bridge. This is going to be a lot of face damage. Chain Lightning was a little bit late. Did have the mana for it, so probably more sort of a mobile, can't quite do as quickly as you can on PC kind of thing. Right, Bridge Burn, does it kill Azali? Yes, it does. And with units like Azali who have these effects, you can still get a lot of value out of them, even if they just have 1 HP. So that was important to kill that. Okay, let's see. Oof. Gets shut down. That's really problematic. That Hypnotize is probably going to be the MVP in this game for DarkCrow. He has those squeak attack scrats, so they are pushing. You can see their burrowed effect. Keeps that pressure on the bridges. But Set did a lot of damage to DarkCrow, so Set really just needs this one dream push. And it could be problematic. I'm surprised he didn't Ardent Aegis Ardera there. Does he get another attack on her? No. Okay, mana being burned. Oh, that's so unfortunate. A lot of mana being burned. Has to play the Bannerman in the pocket, which is really awkward, but he does play the Ardent Aegis on it. And I feel like Set is just a little slow playing on his phone compared to what we would expect. But he does have that perk 3 now. That is going to be his win condition is now. Okay, so he gets that extra mana. 10 extra mana over 10 seconds. Needs to get a huge push going. Does he split? He's splitting a little bit here. Needs to not burn. Don't want to burn any of that precious free mana. Okay. Choosing not to go with the Shield Guard. Maybe he's scared of that Hypnotize a bit. Shield Guard's probably going to follow along. There it is. Oh, that's unfortunate. Really wanted to keep that Ardera alive for as long as possible. But the XP is pretty damn close. But remember, as we spoke earlier, the one-time only perks, they come and go. And if you don't really do too much with them, then it's hugely problematic. And Set, that was probably his win condition. And it's kind of gone. The problem here for Set is he wants to have his attack, his push, all with Ardera. But then he has to deal with the Hypnotize, which completely goes against that. It's still pretty close, though. We spoke about how you can have the random targeting with the Hypnotize. Not when there's two things together like that, though. Okay. Oh, he just wanted to get that. It's so close. Just wanted that Shield Guard to survive. Set doing a great job here, just losing out on value a little bit every now and then.
Everyone needs to step back. Red's got mana frenzy.
Right, Mana Frenzy here for DarkCrow. Once you get Mana Frenzy as Ratbo, you can start just spamming out all of these squeak attack strats. And then what's your opponent going to do against that? Oh. Okay, kept Ardera alive there, but remember she damages herself on attack. Right, Mana Frenzy for Set, going to be a bit big bridge burn. Put your teeth in. 2 Arderas out. This was close. I think Set did a good job. There were a couple of situations where he seemed a little slow. There was one where he was pushing with Ardera, and I think he was a little scared to use the Ardent Aegis on Ardera. In case he missed it and got no value. Right. Okay. Close. And interesting. Phone player does lose out, but it was pretty damn close. And as we spoke about with that Volko perk 3, you really got to get the value. But the problem is, the more stuff he stacks together, the more value that the Hypnotize gets. And he just had no way of dealing with that. So the Hypnotize was probably the MVP because without it, DarkCrow couldn't really get to the back line. But when you Hypnotize and the front line just murders the back line, they've done it for you. But yeah, I think Set on his phone is still going to be better than most players. You might not quite have the dexterity to respond to it, but I think the thing, if you play on your phone and you play a lot, I think you can build up a skill to be able to play quickly and appropriately. But I don't know if he has been doing that. One of the things that really frustrates me a bit on the phone is when you're playing and you're placing things, you can't see exactly where you're placing because your finger is on top of it. And as we know, things like bridge collision, grabs, stuff like that, you need to be almost pixel perfect in some of those. So I would have really liked it if there was a sort of like a little overlay where it showed what was effectively under your thumb in a little window, or maybe your placement is slightly off from your thumb, so your thumb's not covering the area that you want to cover. But unfortunately, we never got to have those things. Right, here we go, game 2.
This is Minion Masters. Let's duel.
Right, looks like Set's going with the same strat. DarkCrow similar, has Karmic in here. Still has the Hypnotize though. Oh, he wants the Ardent Argus. He might get it, though, because that Ardera is slowed. Is he going to commit? Ardera's almost dead. He goes for it. Oh! That was risky, and the risk didn't pay off. DarkCrow spotted the opportunity to kill her before that popped. Because remember, Ardent Argus does give you those Legionnaires and crossbow dudes. But also, if it is an Empyrean unit like she is, it gives her a nice, thick heal. I don't think we had Karmic in from the first one. So if you're not familiar with Karmic, very, very heavily played unit at the moment. Did get nerfed in the last patch. But Karmic has a special type of shield, the Karmic shield, which means it will return damage. But it's only a one-time thing every 6 seconds. So, is it one time if it's every 6 seconds? Don't know. But you can get lucky. I've seen a lot of that in duos, even in solos, where you know you get a cleaver hitting it, huge. Get a blue golem hitting it, huge. Even got a winning blow from Karmic the other day, where my opponent was Stormbringer. Super low HP, Stormbringer pinged Karmic, Stormbringer dead.
Blue just got the second perk.
Do what he can, but the Frost Feathers do a lot of damage. I think they're getting slightly nerfed in the next patch. I think the Frost Feather unit itself is getting better. I remember. But I think it makes it worse for the Frost Feathers. Or something, I don't know. We'll have a patch notes video next week for it. Now, would it have made more sense to perhaps include a spell to try to keep Ardera alive? Glenn's Brew maybe, Black Hole. Like his Chain Lightning doesn't seem to be doing too much for him. Okay, so this shield card's going to get through. Shield card's very strong at the moment. Maybe too strong, not sure. Always outshining the Brother of the Burning Fist, unfortunately. Which I really like that card. The Brother of the Burning Fist. But you just don't see it, because if you see someone playing the Brother of the Burning Fist instead of the Shield Guard, it means either they're new and they don't have it, or they do have it and they have no idea what they're doing. Okay, so they see Ardera popping the shield, but not really what he wants to do. He wants to get deep into the other side, shut that down, do some damage. But really what Set wants to do here is build a perk defense, build a push defensively, then use his ult perk, and just try to go. There it is. Gonna get all that extra mana. But as we saw before, the more stuff there is, the more chance that everything's gonna get melted. Shield Guard goes down. Set burning mana, and that's the worst time to burn mana, right? Okay, this could be the push. He could even get another Ardera. He's got the Smite to support. Ardera is going to be difficult to target here. Okay. Double Ardera. This could be the push that he's looking for. Let's see. Remember, when one Ardera dies, the other one... Does she not get the shield anymore? I can't remember. There was some changes to Ardera because she was disgusting. Okay, so value. Set did get value, did get a push, but he didn't get anywhere towards face. He did close the game from XP a little bit. But as we said multiple times, that's a one-time only perk 3. Nothing more. Set effectively doesn't have a perk 3 anymore. Set's not done enough face damage to really allow that to be his win condition. And he's behind on XP, so that's not a win condition. So it looks like it's going to be similar to the first one. Excuse me. Right, Mana Frenzy. How does Set survive here? I wonder. I feel like after that first game, Hypnotize was played and so destructive. I feel like Set had to play a Black Hole or something to counter that. If he's going to play the same deck... Right. As Nina says, Set needs to add Black Hole. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I feel like Black Hole is always a concern that you don't want to include it and it be a dead card. But I feel like in a deck like that, because your strat is just this big push, you're always going to be able to try to get value from it. Very unlikely to be a dead card. Okay, so two very similar games. Pretty damn close, and that goes to show you can play at a decently high level on your phone. Set was playing more of a... He was playing a deck that was more accustomed, I think, to be played on your phone, right? There was no sort of cheap cycle, constantly trying to grab bridges and stuff like that. Just plop a few big units down, buff them, and go. Okay, so DarkCrow takes that. But remember, losing doesn't necessarily mean you're out. Because we will put all of the results into the pot at the end and see how things have played out. So it looks like all of the matches have been completed for round 2. So Destroy's got to win. Anno's got to win. Cole Bickford beating Ficus. Okay, so remember, Ficus, reigning champion, did force the decider there. But Cole Bickford beating Ficus again. Generally, one loss, you've got a decent chance of still getting in. But if you do get 2 losses, then you're very, very bad. Very, very not good. You're very unlikely to get through. Right. Actuator getting a victory. Bucells getting a DQ victory. Tika Faye, Disu, and Pillowpants. So once those are all confirmed, we'll have round number 3, which we have immediately. Very nice. Okay, DarkCrow against Destroy, Cole Bickford against Anno, Actuator against Disu, Verbala against Pillowpants, Set, Centera, Ficus, Tika Faye, Dead Head Hawk, Assisa, Confabulant, Bucells, and Silent Rogue against DK the Man. Now, one of the other sides of if you lose, then you might get easier matches, right? Because if you're winning all your matches, you're going to play other people that are winning all their matches that are probably doing well. So if you lose, you might get some easier matches. Right, so I think we're going to see Cole Bickford against Anno Arinkas. As I mentioned earlier, Anno, long-time member of the Fish Tank and long-time member of the Minion Masters. Community. He's come and gone a few times, but he is back. We know the kind of stuff that he likes to play, but we'll see if that's what he decides to do today. Kyle Bickford is, I think, one of the very few players that actually has more hours in the game than I do. Which is fairly insane. Because I have a lot. We check. He has 12,500 hours in Minion Masters. Okay, so Kyle Bickford against Anno Arinkas. Or just Anno. We'll wait to get the bans in from those guys. I know what I would ban against Anno. Okay, so as always, new band, new round. Sinobii says, 1 loss guarantee to advance, 2 is questionable. Hell yeah. Unless it gets banned. Right, thanks again for being here today, guys. It's Team Mana Frenzy. It's BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 40. 4-0. $400 prize pool on the line. I think $250, or is it $200 for the winner? I don't know. What do I know? Have a look. Prizing. Where art thou prizing? Okay, wait. It's $160 for the winner. Okay. My bad. $160 for the winner. $80 for second place. $40 for third and fourth. $20 for fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. We got cash prizing all the way up to 8th place today. Thanks to BetaDwarf for providing. Right. Bans coming in. Oh, Bickford has banned Stormbringer, Lightning Bolt, Arcane Bolt, and Madrid. Okay. Stormbringer, definitely not a master I would have banned. Lightning Bolt, probably not a card you'd ever see anyone play. Arcane Bolt, maybe. Madrid, possibly. But of course, what you don't ban, that opens up all these other options. Okay, so Anno has banned Valorian, Defenso Chopper, High Inquisitor Ardera. But let's put Karmic next. Actually, let's put Karmic first. I should put these in order, make it easier. Defenso Chopper, and we saw Ardera not really getting the value that she wanted in the last one, but I feel like it can be a problem. I don't know, DT. Maybe he leaves the client open a lot. Who knows? Well, the idea of Ardera, right, is you get her DPS to shred everything, because did you know she has the same DPS as a cleaver? And then when she dies, she buffs everything, and the idea is to then have that carry on. But we didn't see too much value. You do not get bonus points for playing a Sinobie's card. Or do you? I don't know. I assume you don't. That wouldn't be fair, would it? Right, we're in the 3rd round. I think we've got 5 rounds of Swiss today. And then we'll have our top 4 shootout. So if Cole Bickford has banned Lightning Bolt and Arcane Bolt and Madrid, that suggests he's going to play big units, right? Arcane Bolt, a good counter to big units. Lightning Bolt, a good counter to big units. Madrid, a good counter to big units. So we can probably give us an idea of what he's going to play. Okay. $100 total, $160 for first. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, don't see too much laser turret. Definitely overshadowed by Magma Storm, especially in solos. Oh yeah, I need to say that I'm ready. I forgot about that. Probably do that. I know what I'm expecting to see from Anno. Let's see if they work out. Could it be a ritual deck from Carl Bickford? Getting rid of a lot of the heavy counters. I think Anno's probably decided what he's going to play. But he also, I think he needs to be mindful of what these bans tell us. Aldera is 6 mana and Madrid is 10. That is 4 difference, but I don't think you can compare those two in any meaningful way. Here we go. Let's get ready to Minion. Right. Anno, Ravager, as expected. Carl Bickford, Setsu. Okay. Not what I was expecting. From Carl Bickford, anyway. Anno, exactly what I was expecting. This is a little problematic for Ravager, since Ravager only has little arms.
Blue obtained the first perk.
So he can't hit those. I would have played that statue a little further forward because the Soul Stealer is going to get too far forward too quickly. Okay, Musketeer could be good here with the riposte. One-on-one, the Colossus cannot hit the Musketeer because of the riposte. Right, here we go. This is a good push from Anno. Doing some good face damage. Still has the untouched Brutus in there. This is a solid push. No big spell removal here from Kyle. Okay, that's going to be GG. Kyle has nothing to answer. Okay, Anno takes that. And that's exactly... From Anno's point of view, that's exactly how I would have expected that to go. And kind of a strange deck from Carl Bickford based on his hands. But maybe he'll change and they'll make more sense. Okay, 1-0. Some people don't ban. Newer players don't. Some players agree to not do any bans, but I don't think anyone specifically doesn't ban that has taken it seriously. Here we go in game 2. Probably see a copy and paste from Anno here. We know he likes to play that kind of deck. We know he gets value from it. And I think Kyle needs to respect that. Play a beam or something.
It's Minion Masters! Masters, get dueling!
I don't think he's going to switch up though. Well, let's see. Remember, games, especially in solos, especially quick games, they can go very differently depending on the order that people get their cards in. Don't know why he would play the Colossus against the Musketeer. The Musketeer is just going to murder it until it gets any support. Like, he should just play that Colossus. I mean, he's going to get healed here, right? Just seems unnecessary. The Colossus is half dead. We've used a charge from the bear.
Red has obtained the first perk.
I don't know. I don't like that Setsu jump, right? It's got to be... You've got to jump to support. You don't want your Setsu taking the damage. This deck is definitely going to go different to how the first one went. Herald is just shredding there. The Setsu survives, though, so that's actually going to get some better value than originally anticipated. But, of course, Setsu's not at home to defend. Berserker in the pocket. Berserker's going to be annoying here. She's actually a really nice counter to that.
Blue obtained perk 2.
Big XP lead for Carl Bickford. He really wants his dagger fall, but there's going to be a lot of poison coming out. Enough poison to kill it through the heal, I should think. Anno's going to take damage here, though. Again, this is going to be some decent amount of face damage. And this is, you know, I don't think either player has played particularly differently. Just different order of cards. Berserker didn't get its moment
Red obtained perk number 2.
in the first game. But again, Berserker's going to fear everything and then just destroy it. It's a great counter. So 2 games completely different here. Oh, Anno's messed that up and is probably going to die. Berserker's just going to destroy him. Right, 1-1. The Fishy GG. 1-1. Okay, so 2 very different games. The Berserker... I guess the Berserker was probably buried in game 1 for Kyle. Let's see. I feel like Anno's got to change. I know he won the first game, but I feel like his win condition in that game is hoping the Berserker's buried and to kill Kyle before he gets there. Which is asking a lot. Right, game 3. 1-1. Two very different games. Is anyone going to switch anything up? Let's find out. Seems
Get dueling.
no. Seems a little stubborn. Okay. Anno can Snake Druid this, but the Snake Druid is just going to get jumped on.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Okay. Soul Stealer getting jumped on. Oh, Soul Stealer's going to survive. This could be big. Okay. Anno might have a chance here. He has a push. Statue still fully beefed up. Berserker in the middle is going to be a problem. I don't know how Anno deals with this. It does pick up a stun, though. Anno's spawning away from the Berserker. Oh, he goes for it. The Berserker... Oh! Anno kills the Berserker. This could be something. Okay. Still has a res coming as well. Don't know about that Soul Stealer just down the middle. It's just going to get picked off here. Seems like a complete waste. A good early push from Anno. Hey everyone. We're on a 3-minute delay, so keep that in mind. Anno does have to do something here. The dog's going to be helpful, but the air units are going to be problematic. Okay, let's see. Anno's still taking damage from those air units. Does get the Slitherbound attached, but that's not too much. He's having to use his spell defensively. He doesn't want that because that's so powerful with his Herald. Oh, that Spirit was annoying. And Setsu's just going to kill him here. Setsu's just going to kill him. Right. Oh, Bickford takes it, and I feel like Anno was just a bit too stubborn there. He did get that win, that first game win, but I feel like that was just down to luck in the order of the cards. Yes, we did see Disu in a movie, that's true. And we saw Disu karaoke in. Okay, so Cole Bickford takes that 2-1. Right, let's have a look what's going on in the other matches elsewhere. That's the wrong screen. Just testing. Okay, Destroy's beaten DarkCrow. 2-0. Carl Bickford, as we saw there, beating Anno. Disu getting a win against Actuator. Verbala losing to Pillowpants. Set getting a win against Centera. Vickers beating Tika Thea. Deadhawk getting a DQ win. This match looks like it hasn't finished yet. No games reported. Okay. We did have a delay in this game, I think. Newer player delay. And Silent Rogue beating DK. I don't know if we've got any of these players as friends. If we do, we can join. If they followed the rules, we can watch them. If they didn't, we can't. Okay, one of them did. Nice. Not familiar with these players. Don't know what the score is. Game is deciding whether it's going to let us. Okay. Not sure what that is. I've said that quite a few times recently. We can get in. Anyone else having this issue? The peer connection failure. I've seen it a lot. Unfortunately. Maybe I'll brick their game by trying to load into it. Okay, so it looks like they just finished game one. That might have been why we got the error. Okay, so it looks like Confabulant won the first game. We only have their view, unfortunately. Didn't get the other one. Didn't get a friend request from the other one. Right, let's see. Sacrificing the path. I don't think the wall was necessary there. Eats into the value you're going to get from the cleaver. Okay, but he had a plan, so it works out, I guess. Stormbringer against Valorian. Well, that healer's got to be a misplay. Like, what's there to hit? What? That's just... That's... Okay.
Blue unlocks their first perk.
This game is easy to learn, easy to get into, but it's not easy to master. Blue Cells might be a newer player, but there's always stuff to be learned in all of these matches.
Red has obtained the first perk.
And Blue Cell's just desperately trying to defend. This cleaver has been a nightmare. He doesn't prioritize the targets correctly there. Needs to shut down the bazooka scrap. And this is about to be game 2. And just small errors can just punish you here. Okay, he might survive. But what next?
Blue obtained part 2.
I'm just so good.
Death is next. Death is next. Okay, 2-0. They started late, but they finished quickly. What's up, don't mess with a god? How are you doing? Right, so that is round 3 completed, which means momentarily we should see the round 4 matches. Yes, this game is cross-platform. We have people in the tournament today playing on their phone as well as on PC. I don't think we have any Xbox players in the event, but they could be. Okay, so Destroy, Carl Bickford, Disu, Pillowpants, Set, Bickus, Dead Hawk, Deadhead Hawk, Confabulant, Silent Rogue, picking up the victories there. Depends what your definition of cross-platform is. It always was kind of cross-platform in the fact that you could play Xbox and PC players in the same environment. You couldn't party up with them though, and that's what 2.0 brought, where you could party up with players on the other platforms. And that's why we can have these cross-platform tournaments. I think Sinobii just needs to click a button to get us to the 4th round. Okay, looks like Sinobie's set the round up, but I don't see it. Okay. Okay, Disu, Carl Bickford, Set, Pillowpants, Ficus, Destroy, Anno, DarkCrow, Confabulant, Santera, Tikafea, Verbala, Deadhead, Hawk against Silent Rogue, Actuator against Blue Cells, and DK the Man gets the win against nobody. Right. Don't forget, if you miss out on any of the action, or if you want to revisit it, check it out on YouTube. VOD will be up tomorrow. Timestamps for all the matches as well, so you can easily get in there. So I think in this match we're going to go for Disu against Carl Bickford. We look at the standings quickly. I think both of these players are unbeaten. So somebody's going to lose their unbeaten record. But as Sinobii said, and we mentioned earlier, one loss is still likely, or Sinobii said guaranteed to get through. 2 losses is where it becomes very sketchy. And you have to rely on other things going very much your way. We saw Kyle Bickford against Anno. And he was able to beat Anno's strat, the Ravager. The Herald Moon was shut down by his Setsu deck, where I think Berserker was one of the crucial ones in there. His bans were kind of weird. Like, the Lightning Bolt for sure. Like, who's going to play Lightning Bolt? Very unlikely. Arcane Bolt, I can see that. I can see people playing that. That ban is okay, and that completely shuts down the Berserker as well. So I can understand that. But we'll see what happens. Disu, I'm sure, will have maybe watched the match, got some information from it. We'll see if he reacts to that in any way. We'll see if Kyle reacts to that in any way. Does he play the same thing? Does he not? But as always, new round, new bans. So let's quickly set this up here. So player 1 Disu, player 2 Kyle Bickford. Okay, round 4. Reminder, both of these players unbeaten so far, so doing well. But only one can remain unbeaten after this match. Heihachi. Right. Bans. Disu has banned Valorian, Bounceberry Flingers, Defenso Chopper, and Bearvalanche. So not really reacting at all to what Kyle was playing before. But sometimes if you've got an idea of what someone's going to play, you don't have to ban it. You just have to figure out how to beat it. Kyle has banned King Puff, Lady Infray, again Lightning Bolt, and again Mardred. So again suggesting big units. But the thing is, right, Disu's not going to play Mardred really. Although he did used to play Mardred the owner, but I haven't seen that in a long time. Disu's not going to play Lightning Bolt. And Disu's probably not going to play Lady Infray. Disu would probably play King Puff though. Yes, you are late. I don't think we got any snow yet. London doesn't get too much snow, and I'm pretty close to London. Did I say ready? I said ready, okay. But am I ready? I am ready. Right, Disu against Kyle Bickford. Thousands of hours between these guys. Many thousands of hours of experience. Dun, 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 dun. How's your scratched arm, Hatchie? Right, here we go. Hold on, I haven't set the score correctly somewhere. I haven't saved it, okay. Here we go. Kyle Bickford against Disu.
Give me those viewers, fighters. Let's go.
Disu and the Tranquil Monkey. Name a more iconic duo. There is a new battle pass, yes, Luke. So, Kyle Bickford's got more of sort of a big push deck. Disu has more of a control deck. These two, of course, playing Alt Perk 2 Milloween, which is the spellbook. The Zanian spellbook. Trying to get the value here. He wants to heal this with the bear, but the heal bear is nowhere to be seen yet. Okay. He's looking to shut this down. Oh, he gets it just before the Colossus gets a hit off. That's big. Okay. These two taking some face damage, but a good XP lead to start with. And Carl Bickford a little unlucky there, because his bear was deep in the deck, and he needed that to support the push. Deadshot needs to handle all of these pushes with care. Would love to get a Karmic Shield off against the Colossus. Trying to force that. Oh, he will as well. That's really nicely played. Karmic Shield kills the Colossus. Remember, the Karmic Shield will reflect the damage. Artillery from the spellbook. The Avalanche clears everything. Where's Setsu going? Setsu's going to jump here, but get absolutely slaughtered. Tanking it on the monkey as well, so that's going to heal back.
Red got the second perk.
Deadshot putting on the pressure here. Huge XP lead.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
What does Deadshot do here? Try to just go down the other side and feed him. Just kill him. Again. Oh, he doesn't quite... What hit? I'm not even sure what hit the Karmic there. This is a scary looking push though. But remember, Kyle is super low HP as well. Okay, here comes the freeze. There's the shock rock as well. Oh, he's low HP. He's going to die here. It's... Oh, he's alive! Okay, he's alive, but at what cost? He's 75 HP. He's going to die when Setsu lands on his face. Deadshot has to kill him now, or he's dead. $58 HP! There it is. And that push with the Berserker. I'm not sure what triggered Karmic Shield at the bottom there. Maybe the Berserker hit it? Deadshot, I've heard him say many times about how the Berserker is not a problem. The Berserker was a problem. Bearvalanche. Oh, hold on. Bearvalanche was bad. But he might have got it from the spellbook. Let's double check. Oh, I've got the bands back to front. I've got the bands back to front. That's my bad. Okay. Okay, that's my bad. Sorry. How did we manage that? Let me try and fix those quickly if we have time. Lady and Frey, Lightning Bolt, Mardred. Valorian. Bearvalanche. Berry. Bounceberry Business. Vento Chopper, right, okay. My bad.
Welcome back to another exciting round of Minion Masters. Throw down
Right.
that face down.
So, let's see if this is a rinse and repeat. He's not happy. But he knows what's coming. Grabs that bridge at the top. Nicely done. Looks like he may have burned some mana there. Or at least was very close to. Doesn't want to lose this Tranquil. He's trying to save the Tranquil. He doesn't quite save it. He dies a little inside every time he fails to save that. But he knows what's coming. Try and get Kyle's deck up. He's just not showing for some reason. Okay, Shock Rock. He's going to try and get as much value on this as he can. Like, he can deal with the Colossus on its own without issue. The problem is when everything supports it. Specifically the Berserker. Okay, the fireball's going to be nice there. Berserker doesn't quite die. Wants to kill it before the spirit lands on it. Doesn't get the Colossus, but he's probably happy to get that. Okay. He'll be happy to take that top bridge as well. And Carl Bickford bidding a little bit there and not getting the value. It's a big XP lead for DC to start with. Okay, right. Have the other deck. Relax. Right. Decent XP lead, but we know that that might not be enough. Right.
Red got the second burn.
Okay, burning the Hill Bear's charges there is nice. Killing the Hill Bear is nice as well, because that was going to go down the bottom lane. What does Deadshot get? He gets a Gax. I mean, that's pretty nice for him. Not ideal, but this could be problematic. These spirits could be an issue. He has the Shock Rock. Does he have the DPS to get through this? Somehow the assassin doesn't get hit, even though it was well within hit range. Holds the bridge, nicely done. Big XP. Perk 3 means he gets that big golem. Does that help him? That perk 3 from Carl Bickford's going to be scary with the Setsu support, but he's using the air support, which I'm not sure I'm hugely fond of. Karmic Shield, though. He wants to keep it away from the bear. But there's the DPS. Okay. Now he wants to kill the bear. Good XP lead, but his HP, it's still okay. DC, but he needs to be careful not to drop too much. Got a big push coming here, though. Kind of got too much mana. Got a huge push and a copious amount of mana. He's playing the spirit game as well, this time from his spellbook. Going to try and do as much damage as he can here. He might finish the game here. Deadshot's going to make this 1-1.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, he handled that one much better than the last one. Maybe he got a little bit luckier with the spells from his spell book. Okay, 1-1. Those pushes with the Berserker and the Colossus, they really need to be handled with care. And those are the kind of pushes that newer players will just die to 99% of the time. They just don't have the finesse to place their units in the appropriate position to manage their aggro. Right, 1-1. I think Disu feels like he can beat that deck now. Well, we know he can. And he probably feels like he could have won the first game as well. He just played a little differently. So I wouldn't expect him to change too much. Let's see if Kyle will change. Right, do we have any other scores to report on whilst this one is happening? Okay, let's have a look. Set against Pillowpants. Set's a game up there. Remember, playing on his phone. Ficker's beating Destroy 1-0. Anno, a game down to DarkCrow. Centera's beaten Confabulant. Verbala's beaten Tikafeya. Silent Road's beaten Deadhead Hawk. Actuator getting a win with the DQ. And DK the Man getting a bye. And of course here, Disu against Carl Bickford. Both unbeaten so far. 1-1. I love how you can't access the chat if you're spectating. That's sarcasm. Right, Decider. Nothing between them so far. Let's see if anyone decides to play something a little bit different or not. Not looking like it to start with. Okay, Disu is still playing Milloween, but is playing a different deck. Oh, Bickford is still playing the same deck. Now, those Swarmers do a lot of DPS. Those Flightless Dragons, sorry. And of course, if he's behind on HP, they do even more. Okay, Impetus to get it across the bridge. No bridge grab. He's waiting here for her to trigger her fear. And then he'll shut her down. Alpha Resource. Doesn't want to take 1,000 damage from each push, though. He'd much rather the assassin be on something other than face, but he's going in. One thing about Disu is he's very aggressive. He will take these opportunities to do massive damage when possible. So both players doing a substantial amount of damage. Setsu coming in. We're going to pincer the Colossus here. There it is. DPS comes out. Look at them eat that Colossus. Raged Whelps just absolutely devour it. Spell support. It did cost him a little bit, but... Remember, Carl wants to do the get units out, spirit them. Deadshot's trying to prevent that. We're going to see an Impetus here again at the bottom. No, we're not. We might see an impetus to... Oh, Blade Star. Oh, that's the Blade Star value he wants. Nicely done. As long as you trigger her fear, that's kind of the #1 thing that you want to do. But that worked out beautifully for Disu. A little bit lucky, but got the value from the Blade Star, the Spellbook. Okay, he's getting those Swarmers on face. Setsu reloading. He's going to get a curse off here. He's fairly close. Might pincer this. There it goes. Deadshot not behind on HP anymore, so Dragons, Flightless Dragons not raged. Right, let's see what he can do with this. Gonna probably shock this. Still gets that fear off. But again, those spirits just falling on scrats, and that's not the value that Carl Bickford wants. Right. Does Deadshot try to go for the kill here? Setsu's jumped. Assassin doesn't get on face, but it's going to die. Perk 3. Assassin's on face. 1 Marine left. Okay. And Disu, there we see Disu being so aggressive. And that's one thing in the way that I play compared to the way that he plays, is he is so aggressive when the opportunity is presented. He doesn't want to go to the late game. He doesn't want to get Setsu with that perk 3, whichever one they decide to use. He wants to finish it as soon as possible. Okay, so Disu remains unbeaten today. Carl Bickford takes his first loss, but that is not necessarily him out of the event. 1 loss and you're still likely to get through. Right, set against Pillowpants, still showing 1 game to 0. Vicus against Destroy, still showing 1 game to 0. Let's make sure that these are fully updated scores. Sometimes the players are not great at reporting the score as we go. Well, let's see. Remember, Set playing on his phone. Let's see. He was just hoping to get at least 1 win, I think, from speaking to him briefly earlier. Let's see if we can jump into his match. See what's going on there.
Duel. Red got the second perk.
A lot of death. Right, let's have a look. Slight XP lead for Set here. Playing Volk... No, playing Valorian, sorry. Okay. I think it's 1-0 to Set. Decent XP lead. Set's probably in a strong position to take this game. Let's have a look. 182 to 165 XP. Get to 200. It's Mana Frenzy, and good things happen. When you get to Mana Frenzy, all of your XP then turns into extra mana. So hold the bridges, get extra mana. More mana than your opponent puts them in a bad spot. But Pillowpants healing. 10 XP away for Set. Using the Valorian ult perk. Fervent Warrior. Right, let's see. If Set can get the bridges down here, he's probably going to win. He's got a lot of units on the field already. And he's going to be adding to it. GG dropped by Pillowpants, and it looks like Set on his phone is proving that he is not only a legendary PC gamer, but also a mobile gamer to be reckoned with. Right, I think that's 2-0. Kyle did not have to keep the same deck. Mortis. Neither player did. Okay, so it looks like 2-0 is the Set victory, assuming that our data is up to date, and we'll check that. But that is the last game that we were waiting on to be completed in round 4. Right. So once that's locked in and Sinobii presses the big red button, we'll be on to round 5, which is the final round. Not of the event, but of this part of the event. And once we've got the final 5, the 5th round completed, we'll have our top 4 who will go into a shootout. And the shootout means that best of 5 conquest rules where you can't play with a master once you've won. So we'll see what happens. So what we're going to do is wait until the 5th round is started. We'll look at the matches. We'll also look at the standings to see which of the matches are going to have. Can we... No, we cannot. We're going to have the biggest impact on what's going on. Okay, so I don't want to be in the standings here, but I do want to be in the standings here. Okay. Processing. Your call is important. Right, it's showing 2-0. Just needs to be confirmed. I'm going to take a quick restroom break. Oh, look at that. Good timing. Just updated. Nice. Right, round 5. So, let's update our standings. We need to be careful with the standings in case there's any buys. There aren't any buys, so that's fine. I like it when you refresh the page and it takes you somewhere else. Right. So, Disu unbeaten. He's going to be in the top 4. We've got DarkCrow, Ficus, Carl Bickford, Destroy, and Set. All on 9 points. That means they've had 1 loss. So, anybody that's on 2 losses, probably out. Anno downwards. But, it looks like we've got 6 people contesting for the top 4. Now, if we look at the matches scheduled, we have Carl Bickford against Destroy, who are 4th and 5th. Winner will go through. Loser probably out. We haven't seen Destroy yet today, so let's go into that one. Disu and DarkCrow facing off, as you would expect. Both are going to go No, I guess DarkCrow. I guess Disu could eliminate DarkCrow. So still everything to play for. Disu's the only one that really gets a buy in this round. Because he's already on 12 points. But position in the top 4 also matters, because that's going to affect the seeding when we get to the top 4 semi-finals. So, Disu would like to knock DarkCrow out for sure. Right. Okay, so that's where we're at. Let's get ready for Bickford against Destroy. And if Destroy's been watching the stream, although we do have the 3-minute delay, so you can't quite kind of react immediately to things. If he's been watching the stream, he will see what Pillowpants... Sorry, I've just read Pillowpants and it's just in my head. What Carl Bickford has been playing. So it'd be interesting to see what he does to potentially tech against that. Because Carl has played the same deck in all of the matches that we've seen him today. Even though he can change at will. But this is the 5th round, which is the final round of the Swiss part of the event, where the players play against each other. So I'll get set up here, and then we'll just need to wait for the bans to come in. And it'd be interesting to see if Destroy bans Berserker, because I think that the Berserker is the thing that's annoying to deal with in that Kyle deck. But he might not be planning to play it, who knows? These are the mind games. The players have to make decisions based on the data they have. Right. Get these spectates set up. Okay, we already have the best viewers. Get out of here. If you're new to the stream and you're enjoying it, make sure you hit that follow button to come back to the next time when we stream. And if you're really enjoying the stream and you want to support the stream, hit that subscribe button. If you've got Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for quote-unquote free. Okay, so those are good. Right, so we're just waiting for the bans. And these will certainly be interesting. Let's see if Destroy reacts to them or not. Don't forget, going forward, the way Minion Masters is going to be funded, if you like, is if the game makes enough money month to month to cover its costs, then it will continue. And if it doesn't, then it might not. So, if you're enjoying the game and you want it to continue, make sure you buy some rubies. Help support the game. The devs did share a spreadsheet of their costs going forward, and it looks like it's going to cost $3,200 a month for everything involved in the game. So if the game makes that amount of money, it will continue. And the last stats we saw for October is it made, was it $10,000 or $11,000? So we'll see what happens. So make sure if you're enjoying the game, you want it to continue, make sure you support it. But of course you can support it just by playing. And it's free to play and super free to play friendly. You might not have any need for the rubies, but buy them, support the devs. Well, not really. You're not really supporting the devs. The devs are not making any money out of the game anymore. You want the game to continue? You know what to do. Right, bans are in. Who's player 1? Carl Bickford. Let's get these in the right order. Carl Bickford has banned Volko, Daggerfall. Let's get these in this order. Rampage, Daggerfall, and Cleaver. And then Destroy has banned Valorian. Ravenous Swarmers. Berserker. There it is. And Ardera. Right, so those are the bans. Destroy has reacted and banned Berserker. And then, but the thing is, Kyle's banned differently, which suggests he probably wasn't going to play that. He banned in a way that didn't want, like he had the Arcane Bolt, the Lightning Bolt to stop that removal of his valuable units. He didn't do that this time, so that suggests that he might be trying something different. Volko and Valorian, two very, very strong masters in solos, both getting a nerf in the next patch, but not today. Right, so I'm ready. The players appear to be almost ready. We're just waiting for them to click ready in the lobby. And they will go. Here we go. Best of 3. Winner goes through to the top 4. Loser is probably out. All on the line here. Something's not right with my game.
Oh, better next time, Blue.
I don't know. Has anyone else had this recently? I've had this a lot. The game has started. We've got Cole Bickford playing King Puff, Destroy playing Valorian. I can't show you it currently, because I can only see it from the second point of view. But we'll try to get this set up as quickly as possible for you. But I've had this problem a lot. Interesting to see if anyone else has had this. Okay, so Destroy has got an XP lead at the moment. Sorry you can't see it. But we'll try to get that fixed as soon as we can for you. Might just Alt F4 out of this. Right. Okay. Trying to get it running and keeping you up to date what's going on. Right, Carl Bickford is playing King Puff now. I can't see anything. Perfect. Right, so Destroy's got an XP lead. 60 XP to 46 XP. This is like, imagine you're watching this or listening to this on the radio. This is Minion Masters FM. Valorian is a master we've seen very, very rarely this season in solos. Almost unplayed if you checked out my meta video. Right, Morgul getting shut down there by the Mana Chasers, but of course the Mana Chasers are not going to grab any bridges. Destroy 83 XP up to 69. Cole Bickford is playing Ardera. No, Cole Bickford is playing Shield Commander Azali. Has the support in the form of the Zip Zapinator, but that's been pushed off onto another lane. Supreme Deity says money on Destroy. Still an XP lead, but we know perk 3 King Puff is very strong, but also perk 3 Valorian gets a big, powerful push. I would really like my game to work. If it could, that would be amazing. Right, we've got a blue golem pushing for destroy. It's got a growth burst shroom on it, and Annihilator is pushing with it. Is Carl Bickford going to take this on his face? No, he's going to beam everything. Takes a hit from the golem, but only one hit. So he's still pretty healthy. Destroy's got 23, 85 HP. Carl Bickford only 13, 27. I start my game again. I don't even know what's happening here. Okay, so we got perk 3. And I think Carl Bickford is playing Mimic Magic, but he looks like he's going to lose to this push. He's not going to get to his perk 3. Mountain Shaper almost saved him. Mountain Shaper seeing some more play. Interestingly, Mountain Shaper does a lot of base damage. Right, Destroy takes that, and you'll have to take my word for it. I've had this peer thing failing for days, for the last few days. And it always seems to break things for a while afterwards. Okay, let's see if we can get them to wait. Oh. But no, can't load my game anymore. Do we need to be more patient? I don't know. Try and get through this together. Stream lags when I open the game because I don't know what the game does, but it uploads something at that point and just thrashes the internet. Hopefully, we can get them to wait for us. We're in! Let's go. Okay. Apologies about that. I would like to know if anyone else has had that peer connection failure recently. Is it just me? Okay, we're back. Okay, fingers crossed this one goes without issue. Sounds like we're in. We're in! Let's go! Right.
Make this entertaining, guys.
Carl Bickford playing Volko, Destroy playing Ravager. Looks like standard perks for Destroy. We've got the ult perk 3 for Carl Bickford, Volko perk 3. Let's see how this affects things. Remember, the winner of this goes through to the top 4. The loser probably goes home. They're probably already home, but you know. Right, we have a Rystar.
Red has obtained the first perk. Blue has unlocked their first
Okay, I like the Rystar placement. Doesn't take it damage on the Rystar and plays it at the bottom to help defend this push. But then Destroy counter pushes. Chain Lightning's going to help. Rystar taking a lot of damage here, actually, but it looks like he's going to clear this up. But good XP from Destroy. Didn't do a lot of face damage with that push, but did good XP damage, if that's a thing. That's a real cleaver. And Destroy's going to take some damage here. Another cleaver hit. There'll be a lot of damage coming out. Another Rystar here. Ravager does attack quickly, but not quite that quickly. Would love to keep this Puff alive. These shields are actually more valuable than you really think. They just make all units take an extra hit if they have a shield on it. XP dead level. Destroy taking massive face damage. Health, as always, is a resource. Right, let's see how Destroy handles Rystar. Does he play into it? Does he play around it? He's played into it. Going to get the Rage here. He's going to probably Chain Lightning it. No. Not sure about that. I feel like the Chain Lightning would have been the better play. Rystar, fairly tanky, fairly healthy. Oh, that's a mistake from Destroy. Succubus absolutely shredded in the pocket. And the game... Since 2.0, the game is way more punishing. The pockets seem tighter or something. You can't play units in the pocket like you could before. And that's a big mistake from Destroy. That's going to cost him a lot there. XP still level, though. Health, as always, a resource. Let's see how things go. That Wolf having 1 HP is going to basically kill that Cleaver. Going to need a Daggerfall in the middle here, probably to clear this. Cleaver dies, so it doesn't have a bridge control. And the problem Destroy might have is that the perk 3 push from Carl Bickford could be very, very scary if he gets there. These Scrats are going to put out a bit of a damage in. Alright, perk 3 is coming from Destroy. He's going to have the Terror Brutus, which he's going to need to help hold on against a big push. But let's see. Carl Bickford may be able to get a big defensive clump and then counter push with that. Let's see. He's burning mana a little bit here. It'll take a while to get through this. Rystar might just get shredded here. He isn't at perk 3 yet. He hasn't used it. He needs to get through this, but the next push is coming. Right, he's going to use it here. The Chain Lightning. This could be too much. Let's see. Well, he hasn't used his perk 3 yet. I thought he did, but he hasn't. Talking about Carl Bickford. Okay, was that Destroy's one chance? Let's see. Cleaver, 1 HP Cleaver, raged, very scary. No Berserker Rage because of the perk 3, but that extra mana. I feel like it's going to be too much. Destroy's got a good XP lead though, but he has no HP. How is he possibly going to hold on here? Chain Lightning's probably going to come here. Not yet. Okay. That's going to hit face as well. Okay, this is going to be game here. Oh, Bickford behind on XP. But that doesn't matter when you kill your opponent before Frenzy. Right, 1-1. The misplayed Succubus from Destroy getting Rystar aggro was quite painful for him, for sure. Okay, 1-1. Coffee delivery. Right. While we're waiting, let's have a look what's going on elsewhere. Ficus has beaten Set. Good friends, both from Ukraine. Ficus comes out on top of that, 2-1. Disu against DarkCrow. Disu's got a game lead there. Centera's beaten Silent Rogue. Pillowpants got DQ'd. Maybe went AFK. Anno's beaten Verbala. DK Man's got a win against Tikafe. Fabulant getting a victory there as well. So we've still got 2 matches outstanding. Disu against DarkCrow. Bickford against Destroy. Matches that are going to affect the overall scores here. Okay, we've been here for a while, so if you need to get up, have a stretch, take a drink, bio break, whatever you need, do it at your leisure. You're in charge. You're an adult. Right, so if Carl Bickford wins, he gets 12 points. He goes through. If Destroy wins, he gets 12 points. He goes through. The loser is going to be out. Okay, there's various different combinations that could happen, depending on what happens. We've still got a couple of matches outstanding that will affect things. If Disu wins, he'll be unbeaten. If DarkCrow wins, they will both be on 12 points. So, Anno and Set are in the top 4 at the moment, but I think the results, the next 2 results that come in, are going to relegate those for the top 4. Right, here we go. This is our last best of 3 match, probably. And then we'll be in the top 4 best of 5 shootouts. Elimination style. Right, Carl Bickford. Volko playing the same deck. Destroy playing Tronvir. Oh yeah, okay. He did win with Tronvir, but no restrictions on that at the moment. So we're seeing an ATG drone for Destroy, which could be problematic for Carl Bickford to deal with. The Rystar deck's going to have a lot of ground-based melee units. Not dinner, just biscuit time. Right, there's the ATG drone. Nice. Use of the wind rune. Does hit air, of course, so it gets rid of the air, which was the most important thing. Did do some damage to Rystar, and, of course, force Rystar to attack. So, a little bit of extra XP there from Destroy. Nicely done. Right, Karmic Shield is out, and Karmic Shield is consumed. It's always painful when you have to use a spell defensively like that.
Red got the second perk.
Because use a minion defensively, the minion can survive and take a bridge. Use a spell, that's not going to happen. Always better to use, not always, but mostly, generally better to use minions defensively, if you can. You don't always have the opportunity. Okay, Destroy, taking some face damage there, but he's got a good XP lead. Oh, his Rystar's going to get shredded here. He's got nothing to tank for it. Gets absolutely snapped in half by that blue golem. Support's coming. Zhao in the pocket is going to help, but it's going to take a while. Takes a couple of big rocky punches to his face. And this push is definitely not over yet. Here comes the Ancestors. Half the family getting burnt. But Destroy getting a massive XP lead from this. The push still going. Cole Bickford's going to take more money. Again, using the fireball defensively on a single target. That's really, really painful. Oh, he nearly took the Karmic Shield to his face. Right. We're going to have a powerful perk 3 push from Destroy when he gets his next rune in 16 seconds. It's going to be the Word Stone. Oh, this is... Oh, he's going to die here. Volko cannot hit the air. Destroy takes this. 2-1. Volko, of course, cannot hit air. You've got to be very careful on the ATG drone. Nicely played. I didn't like the fireballs defensively there. There's got to be better ways, surely, to deal with that. Okay. Disu and DarkCrow is one game all. Can we see what's going on there? Let's find out. Should be the decider. If DarkCrow loses, he's going to knock Disu out. Trying to get into this game quickly for you. Right, let's have a look. Disu on Apep, DarkCrow on Ratbo. We're only 45 seconds in. We haven't really missed much. Ult perk from Apep from Disu. The minion book, if you like. Ult perk Ratbo from DarkCrow. The squeak attack. Right, so score is 1-1. Disu wins, DarkCrow is out. If DarkCrow wins, I think they both go through. Okay, Magma Cannon. So, if you're not familiar with the ult perk system, all masters have at least one ult perk. Some have more. Just because that's how far the development got before it was ceased. Apep's perk 2, the alternate is to, instead of having your shield totem, you have your minion book, which gives you minions from your opponent's deck and affects them in various ways. You can give them spirit, make them cheaper, give them taunt, or make them very cheap, but half dead. Right, so it looks like... Was that a Karmic from the book? Possibly. Book's on cooldown, so he definitely just used it. XP lead for Disu here. Oh, the Karmic shield onto the dog. DarkCrow played that dog to jump over the bridge, I think, to take the Magma Cannon out. That was a mistake. Jumped onto the Karmic. Karmic shield reflected the damage. Almost killed it. Pincer almost killed it. Bounceberry Flinger got a last-ditch hit on it, which killed it. So that worked out for Disu. Bans, if you're interested, DarkCrow banned Valorian, Karmic, Tranquil, and Bearvalanche. Disu banned Valorian, Defenso Chopper, Woggosaur Pop, and Bounceberry Flingers. solid XP lead at the moment from Disu. He has so much mana. Health is low, and remember, he doesn't have the totem. Gets a Spirited Elite Swarmer from the book. I think it's the normal cost, but it gets Spirit on it. You can also get Rage if you have a couple of slithers to sacrifice. Pinsir goes through the Karmic Shield since it has the benefit of true damage. Perk 3 for Disu. Not sure if that's the Hypnotize that he wanted. So standard, normal, perk 3, which is the only one for Apep. So you get that free 4 mana card. How much value is that going to give him? He's kind of low HP, so he has to be careful here. Oh, that dog doesn't get the... It gets the jump, but it didn't get the hit. It died mid-jump. So the cannon's going to survive, and that cannon keeping a lot of pressure on the bridge. Get a free Karmic. Karmic was banned. He can't play it in his deck, but he gets it from his perk 3, which is just fine. Again, the Hypnotize, but the Hypnotize is not really going to get the value that he wants. We saw Hypnotize earlier in the game, earlier in the tournament, getting huge value against Ardera pushes. Not here, though. Deadshot doing damage to DarkCrow as well. Deadshot in a position where he's so far ahead on XP that he has the luxury of, if necessary, he can just commit to one lane. Just keep that bridge, get Frenzy first, get the benefit of Frenzy, and then he's fine. But he's 20 XP plus ahead here. He's going to do some more face damage to DarkCrow. DarkCrow in a position where he wants to put pressure on the bridges, but he also needs to defend his face, and it's difficult to do both of those. 10 XP to go. Disu could be knocking out DarkCrow here. Cannon Roller from perk 3. Deadshot. Controlling the bridges, and it's just going to be a walk in the park. Once he gets Mana Frenzy, he's got both the bridges. Like, what is that Hypnotize going to do? It's going to stall a little bit, but doesn't really kill anything. Deadshot's going to go through and take this. He's going to be into the semi-finals, the top 4 shootout, without losing a game. Here it is. Disu's going to finish it here. Power of Apep. The Apep Minion book. Okay. So Disu takes that 2-1. That was the final match in this part of the event, which means we need to check what is going on in the standings. But I won't show the standings until everything's locked in, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit misleading. And you might not get confused, but I definitely will. Okay, 2-1 to Disu. He is unbeaten today. Remember, Disu has won previous events. Ficus has won the last 3. Previous to that, it was Nerzel, and then a couple, 3, and then 3 in a row for Disu, and then 2 previous to that to DarkCrow. So lots of top players here. So we just wait for this last score to be locked in. And then we should be able to have a little nosy at the standings. Okay, I think the standings are final. You can look at those together. Okay, so we got Disu, 15 points, unbeaten today. We've got Ficus on 12 points. We've got Destroy on 12 points. And DarkCrow got through. I thought he was going to get eliminated, but he has just got through in 4th place, knocking out Carl Bickford and then Set and Anno. So that's a little bit surprising. That must be down to the tiebreakers. So the way the tiebreakers work are not necessarily the simplest thing in the world. So the first thing it looks at is points, which is total sets won. Set is a match. The second thing it looks at is the opponent's set win percent. So the idea there is it's also factoring in how strong your opponents were. The third is the opponent's set win. So not only how your opponent has been doing, but how strong their opponents were. And then there's game win percentage and head-to-head, which we never really get down to. So, Ficus is in 2nd place ahead of Destroy because Ficus's opponent's set win percent is 55.2% as opposed to 54.4%. DarkCrow is ahead of Carl Bickford because of his opponent's set win percent. So the stats there are showing that based on the stats, DarkCrow's opponents were stronger because they won more sets. Remember, sets are matches. We following? Any questions? If you do have any, ask Sinobii. So that means our top 4, Disu. Oh, the stream's lagging? Oh. Okay, apologies if you got any lag there. Not sure. Someone's thrashing the internet. Tottenham leading against City. Nice. James Maddison in the 13th minute. Good. Right, so we have our top 4 decided. So remember, now the top 4 goes into best of 5 matches and conquest rules, which means if you win with a master, you cannot play that master. So we've seen players before win and then play the same deck and master over and over. Can't do that anymore. You can play the same deck, but the master, once you've won with it, it is off the table. So any player that's kind of a one-trick pony, got one strong deck that's kind of murdering everyone, they have to change things up a little bit. Thanks for the raid, Anno. So, biscuit in my throat. All things being well, we should have Disu against DarkCrow, a repeat of the match we just saw in one semi-final, and Ficus against Destroy in the other semi-final. We will be watching both of them. We'll have to see who we will see first. Good job in your tournament today, Anno. 7th place, 3 wins, 2 losses. I assume that you're going to be happy with that. Right, we'll just tread water for a little bit here. Don't forget to check out my YouTube. VOD will be up on there tomorrow. Want to check it out? That is allowable. Hit the subscribe button, turn on notifications. Don't miss a Minion Masters related thing. I think I broke the seal and now I need to pee constantly. Right, so we just saw Disu against DarkCrow. Disu got the victory. DarkCrow managed to get through though. And that game that he won in that match, very important. But we're going to see a repeat of that, back to back. Not something I don't think we see too often. But of course, now the players have that extra information, just having played that game, could make things a little different. So, if we go to this section here. Oh, let's do a, what are they called? Not a poll, a prediction. Okay, let's do a prediction. You guys can put your channel points where your mouth is. Right, who will win? Disu. Who will win? Who will win? Right, Disu, DarkCrow. Right. Go. Hey. So, 0-0. Semi-final. Number 1. Caps lock is on. Best of 5. First to 3, if you don't know how that works. Disu against DarkCrow. Okay, that's good. Right. Next up, we have the bans. Disu's player 1. Disu has banned Valorian, Bounceberry Flingers, get rid of their shrooms, Wogasaur Pup, and Defenso Chopper. And DarkCrow has banned Karmic. No. DarkCrow's banned Valorian, sorry. Karmic. Tranquil, Deadshots in Tatters, and Defenso. Right, BRB, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, time to get our minion on. You had a lot of trouble in that game, Anno, against the Berserker. Didn't have a good way of dealing with it without it just murdering you. Right. So, semi-final time. Someone restarted their game. Okay. DarkCrow. Right, we just saw Disu against DarkCrow. Disu took that 2-1. But now they're going to face each other all over again. Right, Disu. Okay, I've spectated Disu twice. That's where we're at. Disu's playing Disu. Right, reminder. This is where we're at. Semi-final time. Disu against DarkCrow. Vickers against Destroy. Best of 5. We are ready to go. Talon Mark, thanks so much for your follow. Carl, thanks for being here. Glad you had a good time. Saw some good decks. Some good wins. Not quite enough to get to the top 4, but maybe another time if we have more events. Who knows what the future holds? Today we're having a good event. Right, what are we waiting for? Who knows? When do we want it? Now! So these are the bands. Possibly the same bands. Karmic, Tranquil. No, slightly different bands. DarkCrow responded to that last match. Changed the Bearavalanche ban to the Defenso Chopper ban. Isu didn't change a thing. Right, slight delay in getting the bans to Disu. He's going to have adjust a little bit. As we said from the last game, DarkCrow did change the Bearavalanche ban to the Defenso ban, which we saw him, Disu, using. Tottenham are winning 2-0. What is happening? Very cool. Right, slight delay, but we're working through it. Disu against DarkCrow. We just saw them in a best of 3. Now we're going to see them in a best of 5. But not only is there more matches, there are more restrictions. The conquest rules. If you play, for example, APEP, you win with APEP. You can't play APEP again in that best of 5 series. So you've got to switch things up. Maybe change to a different deck completely. Maybe just change the master. But you can't just do it. Right, here we go. We're loading into the first semi-final. Thanks so much for being here. This is Knight's Duel number 40. Team Honor Frenzy, BetaDwarf, presenting Have a Dab. We're bringing dabs back. The point dab. Don't point. Point dab. Right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. God damn it, we had that freaking error again. Well, that's annoying. Does anyone else get these errors? Don't really know how I can share this. If I do, it's gonna look awful. Okay, so we've got DarkCrow playing Ratbo, we've got Disu playing Morelia, Bounceberry Flinger, Empowered Blue Golem, Bounty Sniper with a Spirit. We've seen Disu play this kind of stuff before. I'll keep you up to date and try to get into the game as quickly as I can. Apologies again, I'm not sure what's going on. This has been a new error that's really been plaguing me for the last few days. Fingers crossed we can get in.
Showtime!
Okay, we're in. We're in. Right. Disu. Against DarkCrow. That Golem's going to get a few hits on face. The Prowler's going to shut it down.
Blue has obtained perk number 2. Red obtained perk number 2.
Well, that Hypnotize is not really going to do much. Bounceberry Flinger might disagree. But I guess it held that top bridge, so that's value. Interesting Deadshot deck. Got some snipers in here. He's trying to get the Spirit on them. Spirited snipers are quite strong right now. They withstand a decent amount of removal spells. DarkCrow's going to take a good few hits on face here. Is he trying to keep those scrats spawning? Okay, every hit that he saves from that Golem on face, though, is massive, because that thing hits like a truck. Right, there we go. Spirited Bounty Sniper. Won't die to... Oof, okay, let's have a look here. Deadshot tried to tank his own unit there, but it was... I think the targeting set. He played those too late, unfortunately. But DarkCrow's very low HP, so he does need to be careful. The Assassin's not going to do too well at the top there. Does have a Spirit, though, so almost gets through the Musketeer. Does get through the Musketeer. Okay. It's going to keep getting value as well. Ooh, just gets shot in the back. Remember, perk 3 Morelia is going to be a big BFG, a big friendly dragon. Deadshot looks like he's just going to tank this on face. Has a lot of HP. Health, as always, a resource.
Red gains the 3rd perk.
Okay. The Hypnotize doing a good job killing the snipers, which is frustrating for Disu. No Daka. And that's a Spirited Dragon. Let's see what he can do. He's lost a little bit of momentum playing that deep. Dragon still has some weird behavior where it kind of stops for too long. It does a weird, like, stumble forward before it aggroes. There's some weird stuff with that dragon that never got fixed. Okay, these going together. I don't think Deadshot wanted these together because this Hypnotize is going to be a little bit painful. Dragon's still pretty damn healthy. Right, snipers are up. Bounty Sniper as well. Bounty Sniper spirited and shielded, so that's going to stay awake for a while, alive for a while even. And Deadshot just wants to get a push behind this. Bounty Sniper's going to be generating that extra XP every time he gets a kill or hits face. But it's close. Bounty Sniper could be the difference here. I feel like that Hypnotize... Okay, the Hypnotize was okay. Looked like it was going to be weirdly between the attacks of the dragon. Deadshot pushing straight onto the bridge with that Golem instead of picking up a Shroom defensively. Wants to get that XP as soon as he can. Would love to get a Spirit on this if he can, but it's going to die pretty quickly. But let's see this. Okay, the Spirit's going to go somewhere. Probably not where he wants it. Okay, the Spirit was lost. But again, Deadshot paying attention to the counters. Daggerfall was used. He knows that that Bounty Sniper is uncontested for a bit. He's going to get a Spirit. Wants to keep away from it so it doesn't get any kind of Hypnotize business on it.
Blue
Mana Frenzy now for Disu. And the Bounty Sniper keeps giving him Mana Frenzy. Don't forget, in Mana Frenzy, XP becomes Mana. Oh, Deadshot's done a good job there, keeping his Sniper alive through the Hypnotize. You just have to roll the dice a little bit. The Deadshot's plan now really is just to keep the front line pushing and keep the snipers building up. Especially the Bounty Sniper. XP's level now, so no more Bounty Sniper shield. So it will die to the Daggerfall unless it gets Spirit. Which could be huge here. But even if it does die, it dies there. It got a good few shots, so it's still got the value. DarkCrow doing a good job holding on, but he just can't get onto the bridges. Spirit's dropping out, and if he gets a Spirit on a Bounty Sniper, that could just be all she wrote. Just that. Oh, that's a Hypnotize there, but that's got to be a misplay from DarkCrow. There's nothing there. Okay, Deadshot has had control of this since Mana Frenzy. DarkCrow doing a good job holding on those little scrats, really getting a lot of value. There's an assassin moving on face. DarkCrow probably knew that was there. Right, Bounty Sniper's up. Couple of snipers at the top going to get Daggerfall though. Way too close together. But does it matter? Next sniper's up anyway, and that's the idea. You want to just try to cycle quickly to get your sniper ready to just play after it gets killed. And this is going to be game for Disu. It was close, but Disu takes it. And we've seen Disu pull out this sniper deck before. The dragon didn't do too much. I feel like he got a little bit unlucky or misplayed a little bit getting the golem and the dragon next to each other. Because of the Hypnotize being in play. Definitely took a lot of damage on the dragon from that emboldened golem. Right, 1-1. No. 1-0. For Disu. Right. So that means Disu played Morelia. He's won with Morelia. He can't play anymore. And he probably won't play that deck without Morelia because he wants the spirits from Morelia. Corey, thanks for the sub! Bounty Sniper. We don't know how the Bounty Sniper worked, but it won the game! He won with it, so it must be good, right? One day we'll understand it. Okay, so Disu getting the most of the channel points. Mostly from DT. DT putting 26,500 channel points onto Disu. So he looks like the firm favourite based on he's the firm favourite in the DT household. Right, 1-0, semi-final number 1, best of 5. Disu ahead. Getting hot in here. I'm not going to finish that. The number of removal spells that kill a sniper, when you compare a standard sniper to a spirited sniper, is worlds apart. And that's just what you want, right? You want to get a spirit on the sniper, keep it alive, especially the bounty sniper. So we had the second semi-final awaiting this, the result of this, which is going to be Ficus against Destroy. Ficus having won the last 3 events, you would put your money probably on Ficus in that one, but Destroy's done a great job today getting to the top 4, so definitely don't count him out. Disu's won all of his matches so far today, unbeaten including beating DarkCrow in the final round previous to this, which wasn't an elimination, but this is.
Welcome back to another exciting round of
Good news.
Minion Masters.
We loaded into the game without issue.
Let the fight commence.
Disu, Nilloween, Dragon's Nest. I was playing a Dragon's Nest in solo yesterday with Disu, who was quote-unquote coaching me. Wasn't quite the same as this, but pretty similar. Let's see how he does. The Dragon's Nest will spawn these whelps. You get 2 flightless dragons every time you cast a spell. If it's a 5+ mana spell, you get them raged. Ooh, Karmic might die here. That's big. Nice impetus. Pulls Karmic out of the pocket. Makes it dead. You can see there's 1 egg left on the Dragon's Nest. That means there's 1 more trigger to go. Also has Kernaf as well, which of course has that spell synergy. Has those 2 charges on its back. There we go. One of them's sent. Only gets 1 of them. Okay, Whirly killing that. Kind of annoying. Flyby is going to come in, do negligible damage, but of course it doesn't inflict the slow. Little XP lead for DarkCrow here. He's playing a red Golem deck. Okay. Blood Imps. We've definitely seen DarkCrow play Blood Imps way too many times in the past and end up dying to them. But let's see. Remember, the red Golem gives you a blue Golem until your master's at 50% health, and then you get the red Golem, which is substantially better. Okay, so no more charges from the Dragon's Nest there. So when you see Blood Imps, often your first thought is to punish them. But of course, that's what DarkCrow kind of wants, right? He wants them to be punished so he can get his Golem out. Right, Spellbook. What does he get from the Spellbook? Nothing amazing. Right. Red Golem has been activated. He's down under half health. Deadshot doesn't know that that's his strat, but he's going to find out soon. Let's see what he can do. He wants to wait for this to get to... Okay, there we go. That's a lot of Rage Whelps. They're going to absolutely shred that. Okay, Red Golem is eaten. But it did take a lot of mana from Disu to deal with. He's keeping punishing these Blood Imps. If we see those Blood Imps played and then we see something like a Spellbook into Fireball, DarkCrow is going to be in trouble. Right, Flyby in onto... I'm not a massive fan of this, because it... As long as he uses his spells before... It does put him on a little bit of a counter though, right? But these Dragon Whelps will shred this. Red Golem is obviously single target, so it's going to struggle with that. Raged Dragon Whelps at the top. So if you're not familiar with Blood Imps, they have what's called Blood Pact, which means the damage they take, including overkill damage, is passed on to the master. 75%. Is it 75% now? They've changed it a lot of times. Right, Blood Imps are out. No good way to punish them, but Jing is stunning everything there. DarkCrow's down to 200 health. Deadshot's going to start spelling face. Jing is still there. Impetus on face. Keeps the Jing alive. Jing is going to win this. 2-0 Disu. And that's another example of Disu. When you give him a sliver of an opportunity to close the game out, he will take it with both hands. GG. Right, 2-0. Dragon's Nest. I had a lot of good wins with the Dragon's Nest yesterday. Disu getting a good tournament win with the Dragon Nest today. And those whelps plus a nice little shock rock are just perfect to eat through that red golem. And kind of the problem, especially with the impetus blast, is the red golem was pushed so much far ahead of anything else. There was no real support. There was no good clear spell to kill all of the whelps from DarkCrow, so the whelps were just able to run riot, and run riot they did. Not only did they kill the red golem, they lived to go on and get even more value. Right, this could be a quick 3-0, or DarkCrow could start to fight back. I think DarkCrow may have just restarted his game. User is offline. He either restarted his game or peaced out. Hopefully he didn't, because there's still life in this match left. We do have a giveaway running, by the way, if you want to get in that. There is a command somewhere. Someone probably has it. It's this one, I think. Right, there we go. We'll do that at the end of the stream, or after the stream. Okay, DarkCrow. See what's going on. Imagine being able to send a message in the chat. Yeah, he was here, yeah. Okay, sounds like DarkCrow crashed. Not over yet. Tottenham still leading 2-0. Memories of Brighton away only a few games ago. Don't even. Okay, we good? Something's happening. Okay, we're in.
Mana. Go, go, go.
Right, game 3, 2-0 to Disu. Diona, he's using the rarest skin in the game, Diona Dynasty. DarkCrow playing one of the rarest skins, Morelia Dynasty. Like Blood Imps from both players. But looks like DarkCrow is going to be using Blood Imps not because he has any particular payoff, but just because they're cheap and he has some built-in healing from Diona. DarkCrow, on the other hand, though, playing Blood Imps because he wants that red golem out. But we saw in the last game the red golem did very, very little. Deadshot with the split there. Doesn't quite stop the bridge grab.
Red has obtained the first perk.
Okay, and there you see the Blood Imps getting some value. Shield support. He could punish these Blood Imps, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to activate that red golem unless he really has to. Stint, grabbing both bridges. And I mean, sometimes against a red golem deck, they play a heal puff. Just, you know, let it pop off for a little bit. Right, nothing too much going on. Disu has taken a decent amount of face damage, though, so far. Remember those vials at perk 2. Ruffles will be picking those up, one of which is a heal.
Number 2.
Again, the stint grabbing both bridges. Okay, Deadshot's more about trying to not stop that heal, but stop the bridge grab. That's going to be punishing. Okay, Deadshot comes out on top there. He's behind on XP and he's taken a lot of face damage. I don't think Deadshot, this is going quite to Deadshot's plan so far. Ruffles gets taken out. Blood Imps get punished. I mean, he's going to get to a point soon where he can't afford to play those Blood Imps. I don't think he's played his golem at all yet. When you get to a place where there's a hill, 250 hill, when you get to a point where you can't use your Blood Imps, it gets frustrating because they just clog up your hand. Right, they're getting punished here. Okay, he just wants to pop that shield, and he does. His golem will live, but his support will die. Decent XP lead for DarkCrow, and of course he's going to have that one-time only perk 3, Nirvir with the breath, the Queen's Dragon. Red Golem is up as well. Right, Deadshot wants to start putting a hurting on it if he can. And he does. Okay, Deadshot almost kills that. He would have loved to have killed it outright, but almost did. Oh, that's a nice chain lightning because he would have not got a hit off. And the Red Golem does get a big hit off. Musketeer is going to be problematic here as well. Oh, Musketeer changes target. Again. Okay. That Musketeer being a nightmare. How does Deadshot claw this back? I mean, both players have taken a decent amount of HP damage. This is going to be a scary push. You've got the single target of the Golem. You've got the AoE of the Nirvir. There you see Nirvir doing that weird walk forward. Okay, he does have double Taunt Trap though. Looking very scary for Disu. I think Ruffles might have taken a big punch there. No, it's probably a Marine actually. Okay, Ruffles again going for a heal. That's going to be important, but The drone walker grabbing the bridge there is a little bit awkward. Not sure what Disu's plan is here. Gonna get some mana there. Oh, the Blood Imps are out. That's very risky. Oh, this... Okay. I don't know. I feel like he should have just let the Golem hit the Blood Imps there. Ruffle's going for some XP, but he's so far behind his Disu. Like, what does he do here? We can't afford for that Dragon. That Golem's hit his face! He hit his face twice. I don't think it was... kind of irrelevant anyway. He was going to lose to Mana Frenzy. GG. Okay. DarkCrow's fighting back. DarkCrow was playing the Blood Imps, but he had a payoff from being low HP. Disu did not. Okay, so we continue. DarkCrow 2-1 down. The fight back continues, or starts. But it needs to be a complete reverse sweep if he wants to go through to the grand final. Now, don't forget, after this, we still have the other semi-final, which is going to be Fickers against Destroy. And they will meet whoever is the victor in this best of 5. DarkCrow's gone offline again. Rappo, what's up? I know DarkCrow does have some connection issues, but I feel like that's more to do with some restrictions on the Chinese internet. Or at least partly. As well as the issues with the game. Right, well at least DarkCrow didn't crash during the game. I mean, most of the issues I have are either loading into a game or coming out of the game. Almost never crashing during a match. Hello. Right. DarkCrow's online. Here we go. Right, 2-1. Right, thanks for joining me today. This is Night's Duel number 40, Team Mana Frenzy, BetaDwarf. We've got a $400 prize pool, and we're deciding where it's going to go. And we're deciding via a tournament, as you would expect. We're into the semi-finals. We've got Disu against DarkCrow. Disu leading 2-1 in this best of 5. We've got Bickford, who has won the last 3 events, awaiting his match with Destroy in the second semi-final. Right. Okay. Almost ready. Here we go. This crosswinner have no issues. This is game 4. Disu 2, DarkCrow 1. Disu beating DarkCrow in the earlier part of the tournament, 2-1. This one is also 2-1, but this is the best of 5 as opposed to the previous one, which was best of 3. Conquest rules as well, so win with a master. You can no longer play with that master. Right, Disu, Apep. DarkCrow, Rappo. It rhymes. Right, so what I would suggest you watch for in this game is watch how Disu gets wolves off of these skellies. You've got to be real careful that you don't play the wolves. Might not be these skellies, but there will be wolves off skellies at some point. From Once Bitten. Once Bitten used to give you 1 wolf, then Once Bitten gave you 2 wolves, but now it's back to 1 wolf. He's also using Ghast, which is definitely unexpected from sort of a meta point of view. Hey, reses those skellies. Does have a pincer to try to control things if he can. Oh, he's wolfed that, but the chain. That was kind of fortunate for DarkCrow because he already chained before Disu tried the wolf. Okay, what I told you to look out for, just forget it. It didn't work out at all. But that was just very fortunate for DarkCrow. So going forward, both of them are going to have to pay attention to that. Because that wolf can be really valuable, and shutting it down also can be really valuable. Top level, this game is all about paying attention to what you've got, what your opponent has, counters either way, and playing around them if possible. Okay. Bottom working out very nicely. Bunch of skellies come up. Deadshot going for the wolf at the top there. Remember, once that gets to 50% HP, it will trigger. There it is. Okay, that's nicely done from Disu. Gets that wolf out. More skellies are going to pop up here. No? Okay, I guess I don't know how that card works. Guess it was on cooldown. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Look at that wolf go. Massive face damage. Ghast clonking away as well. Deadshot suddenly gives himself a potential win condition there. He knows the Chain Lightning's gone. He knows there's a Daggerfall, so he needs to keep those. The Daggerfall's gone as well, so he might be able to trigger a wolf here at some point. And we saw that DarkCrow just could not handle that wolf. Is Disu about to get into the grand final? It's going to be close. But he's just destroying everything right now. That Whirly Scrap is just going to survive. But look at the face damage here. Deadshot's in the grand final. It's 3 games to 1. And we saw some early luck from DarkCrow with that Chain Lightning shutting down the Wolf. But the second Wolf that got up absolutely shredded him. Okay, Disu is our first grand finalist for today. He's beaten DarkCrow by 3 games to 1 in that. Very nicely played from both players. Always nice to see these kind of off-meta cards like Ghast getting some great value. Okay. Disu into the final, but who will he face? We're only halfway through, of course, the semi-finals because we had the second semi-final, which is going to be Vicus, reigning champion, against Destroy. So, let's start getting ready for that. I think if you've played on the ladder a lot this season, you would probably have noticed that they feel a lot more aggro on the ladder than they do in the tournaments. And definitely in this matchup, these players both prefer sort of control variants of their decks. So you can imagine that some of these decks that are doing well today would struggle in a different environment. Especially, of course, you've got to take into account you don't have those ban powers when you're on a ladder. Although maybe you should. Right, so Disu into the grand final, 3 games to 1. Second match coming up. Which is... Has this been locked in? Yes, so it's going to be Vicus against Destroy. Which, already had set up somehow. You're a Ghast. Nice joke. Right, Vicus against Destroy. Okay, let's have a look at the bans that have just come in hot off the press. Right, just need to update the player names and then we're ready to go. Vicus, Destroy. Okay, nice. Nice. Right, here we go. Player 1 is Vicus. Vicus has banned Volko. He has banned Spirit Infusion. He has banned Taluk the Vessel and Red Golem. I feel like that's a kind of deck that we've seen Destroy play in the past. Destroy has banned Valorian. He's banned Wogasaur Pup. He's also banned Prowler and High Inquisitor Ardera. We saw Ardera struggle in an earlier match, but still receiving the respect of these bans. Right, Destroy and Vicus. Right, we should be ready. We should be ready to rumble. Right, semi-final number 2. Who will be into the grand final with the mighty Disu? Yes, we're going to find out. Seems appropriate. Okay, so the players will have a little time to react to those bans, whether they need to adjust some decks, whether they need to choose different decks, whether they have to make no changes at all. Who knows? Right, thanks for everyone being here. Nice Duel 40, $400 prize pool, Team Mana Frenzy, BetaDwarf. We had a number of people join, but only 3 remain. DarkCrow has been eliminated by Death Shoot in the first semi-final. He is in the grand final, where he will face the winner of Vicus, 3 times champion in a row, or Destroy. Oh, let's The prize pool is, I think it's $160 for first, $80 for second, 40, blah, 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 and then 20. Okay. Let's do a prediction. That's the wrong button. Okay, let's do this quickly. Who will win? Will it be Ficus? Will it be a Destroy? 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. It's not right. Okay. Right. There we go. That is open. Join it. Be in it to win it. Okay, everyone's ready, I think. It's almost time. Let's get ready to Minion! Reminder, if you miss any of the action, you want to revisit it, whatever, follow my YouTube. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Go follow it. Turn on notifications so you will be first to know when it is up there. It should be up there tomorrow. There'll be timestamps so you can find each match nice and easily. Right, nobody's put any money on money, quote unquote, on Ficus. We look at this. How do we find out more information about this? Oh, Disu put in 249,999 on Ficus. Is anyone else going to vote with him or against him? Right, here we go. Yeah! Semi-final time. Had a little bit of downtime there, but now we are ready. Ficus against Destroy. Best of 5.
Let's duel.
Fight! Right, Ficus. Also using the rarest skin in the game, Dynasty Diona. Destroy is Valorian. Okay, we have a Prowler. Rabid Prowler on both sides. Slither respect. Okay, Destroy's going to be playing pretty aggro. He's got a Prowler and a Rabid Prowler. Because having a Hypnotize, which could get him a lot of value. Let's see how that works out. Okay, there's the Rabid Prowler. Boom. Dead. Gonna get locked down here. But I feel like he played that too early. Like, in this position here, Master's not DPS in it. It's kind of too far forward, so you can't take the bridge behind it. So I could have seen that played a little better. Okay, Musketeer. Here comes the Rabid Prowler, gets a hit on Destroyer's face. Every bite from that guy is painful. Destroy does have Herald Our Moon in there. Nice use of the Musketeer, taking the riposte, dealing massive damage, and then tanking the other hit with the Swarmers. Like to see that. Trap in the middle. Okay, perfect trap, clears everything. XP. Right, Vickers, here we go. How do you deal with this? You just use your trap. You don't have great anti-air. You're thinking about it. Oof. Okay, this kind of helped him. The Hypnotize is going to be huge here. It does red through there, though. But I think going forward, Destroy's got to respect their Hypnotize, keep things more separate if possible. Right, XP lead for Ficus to start here. Pushes straight in on this bridge. Gets in there quickly, gets it neutralized, doesn't lose any XP. Again, Musketeer. I don't think the Musketeer lives through this, though. But he wanted to grab the bridge quickly. Again, nice trap. Keeps that pressure on, clears those bridge units. You can't take a bridge with a trap, but you can prevent it being taken. Right, Fervent Warrior for Destroy. First one's going to go down. Here comes the push. It's a lot of damage. He needs to keep that Hypnotize in mind, because he knows if he plays things together, they're going to get shreked. Now, Taluk, with poison support, will do a lot of damage. Nice trap with the Fervent Warrior there. There's the Hypnotize. Okay, does just enough to hold things up. And a big XP lead here for Ficus to start with. He's 40 XP ahead. He's got his perk 3. He's got that second trap. Double trap DPS. Well, the second trap didn't get on the Armoon. Armoon lives, still has a resurrection available. You can see that blue sphere in his hand. That means he can still res. No aggro on Ardera, the Herald Armoon either. Okay, there it is. Right. Ooh, no. I'm surprised Destroy didn't try to res that, because it still had the res, right? It had plenty of slivers that he could get out. Uh-oh. Problematic. It's going to be a lot of face damage. This might be game-ending face damage. Yeah, that's going to be game 1, I think. There it is. Vickers takes it. Okay, game 1. Vickers fairly dominant in that. Both playing slithers, but different types of slithers. "3-0 to Tottenham. Holy cow. Let's go. Pedro Porro. Real nice. Remember that time FDM commentated with us during the Euros or something, and it was like he wasn't here? Right. Let's not get distracted. We still have a tournament going on. Ficus is one game up in this semi-final best of 5 against Destroy. Right, here we go, loading into game 2. So Ficus played Diona, won with Diona, could no longer play Diona.
Masters, prepare to duel.
Let's see what he switches to. It's looking like APEP.
This entertaining, guys.
Okay.
Let's duel.
So we got APEP from Ficus, we got Destroy on Ratbo. Destroy on the ult perk from Ratbo, as you would expect. Ficus on the standard perk at the moment, but may change. Let's see. Right, Demon Warrior from Destroy. It's going to be a cheap cycle deck. Remember, the Demon Warrior gets twice as big and twice as powerful once you spawn her for the 4th time. Used to be 6th time, 3 times as big. Now it's 4th time, twice as big.
Red has obtained the first perk. Blue unlocked the first perk.
Kind of awkward having to play in with the, I guess it's okay. It felt kind of awkward, but the support actually helped with the Crystal Sentry. Look how much damage Taluk does against poison things. What a beast. A science. But there's no Blood Imp payoff here from Destroy. He's just using it because it's cheap. Wants his cycle as cheap as possible. Wants to get that Demon Warrior out for the 4th time as quickly as possible and continue to do so. But there's lots of things the Demon Warrior is going to struggle against. Musketeer, Rabid Prowler. Not sure it's going to be the payoff that Destroy wants. Okay, Ficus still staying with the default perk, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, because this is not going to be aggro. I don't know how much he's going to be needing that shield.
Red obtained perk number 2.
That's very cool science. Right, Blood Imp's going to get a bit punished there. Destroy building up a bit of a horde push here. Heal Puff popping away for him as well. XP's pretty close. I think Destroy will be okay with how this has gone. He's going to have that big Demon Warrior now, but the question is, how different is that going to make things? We'll find out. I mean, maybe Ficus will need to use his shield more than we thought, because he's going to take those hits on base. Shield unnecessary there. Both players playing with the devil a little bit with their HP. Looks like the amount of damage Ficus has taken using that perk was the better option. Okay, locking down that Demon Warrior there is massive. Completely nullifies it. Right, Ficus has an HP lead. He's going to get to his perk maybe ahead, but he's going to be taking some damage here. That's an awkward hypnotize. Gets some value, but ideally not the kind of play that you would like. Talak again, massive damage. XP leveling up.
Red gains the third perk.
How are the perks going to affect the game? Perk 3.
Perk number 3.
Free Fire Imp for Ficus. That's going to help against a lot of this little stuff. DPS the Demon Warrior as well. That's getting a lot of value. Ficus doesn't have a great number of ways of dealing with it. And of course, all these burrowed scrats getting value as well. This just might be swarm overload here. Just too many little guys. Ficus is down. Ficus is out. This is going to be destroyed, bringing this back to 1-1. Demon Warrior crunks out a big hit there. And just not enough anti-horde, really. Right, nice. Isu says Demon Warrior is really easy to control with Sliver. Not that easy. Okay, 1-1, game on! But now that Destroy's played the Demon Warrior Ratbo deck, there will be no more Demon Warrior. No, that's not true. I knew I was going to trip up on that. I told myself not to, and I did. There's going to be no more Ratbo. There could be more Demon Warrior. Okay, 64 minutes gone in the Tottenham match. Three games to nil. 3 goals to nil. If there's a team that can throw that away, it is Tottenham. So we have a patch coming up next Saturday. It's going to be a Saturday patch because the devs have like actual real jobs. Well, that's not really fair to phrase it. They have jobs outside of BetaDwarf now, so they're going to be doing these patches on their days off. So Saturday patch, hopefully everything will be okay, and that's going to be a balance only patch. But of course there will be a new battle pass, and there's a cool new skin in it. Right, 1-1. Best of 5. Vickers against Destroy. It is interesting. The cheap deck spawning all of those scrats. And I think that's going to be weaker in the next patch. Because there's going to be, I think, a cooldown between the Squeak Attack Burrowed Scrats spawning, which there should have been already, but apparently that didn't work, so that should be coming in the next patch. Right, here we go. Game 3. 1-1. Vickers against Destroy.
Let's go!
It's wrecked against wrecked. Someone's gonna get wrecked. Right, what perks are we looking at? Looks like Vickers is using the default perk, which is somewhat surprising. Haven't seen anyone use that in a long time, to be honest. Destroy using the Gun Carter perk, which is seemingly the strongest, but not according to Vickers. Both players have One Punch Blast selected for their perk 3, but of course they can change that during the game. Or this Hypnotize didn't quite go as planned. Very little damage coming out of it. Right, Rabid Prowler. Gonna start shredding everything. XP lead already for Vickers here. Rabid Prowler dies to regular Prowler. Prowler getting some jumps off. He's going to get some poison on it here. It gets an extra jump off, so not too much poison. Grabs the bridge, going to push. Maybe get a face hit. It's only a regular Prowler, so not terrifying, but it's terrifying enough.
Perk 2.
Right, push from Destroy at the top. That's a frustrating Hypnotize. Once you kill the back line, this guy's going to be fairly easy to grab. Vickers didn't quite get the bridge, though. Bolf's going to die pretty quickly here.
Number 2.
Right, Rabid Prowler. He's going to wait for this to hit face. Could have stopped it. Destroyed, deciding that health is a resource. Right, looks like both players going for the One Punch Blast instead of the Mass Illusion. Okay, Vickers got a decent amount of health compared to Destroy and a decent amount of XP. His perk 3's coming. Remember now, when you jump with Wrecked, either onto the field or within the field, that's when you get your One Punch Blast. That's why he doesn't have it yet. But that's when he'll get it. That's why he'll get it. He'll get it now. Okay. Good amount of damage. Okay, the Hypnotize. Oof. It's going to help him a bit here. Okay, I mean, it helped enough. It didn't really do too much damage, but it did hold up. Big XP lead for Vickers, looking to take this 2-1 lead. Has a push as well as this. Oh, that dog's going to jump onto the Zealot. This might be all she wrote here. That's too much damage. Vickers takes it 2-1. For now, a 2-1 lead. Right. Okay, Vickers takes a step closer to the grand final where Disu is waiting for him. But it's not over yet. We've seen Destroy take a game. Can he take another 2 and sweep back? Definitely possible. Interesting to see Ficus using the regular one. The regular perk one. And coming out on top. I think it was more the deck than the Rect. Okay, lots of Prowlers in this matchup. Will we see them in the final matchups? We've got 2 more games potentially in this best of 5, and then the grand final afterwards. Right. Remember, Masters that have been won with can no longer be played. So, Wrecked was won in that last game by Ficus. So no more Wrecked for Ficus in this best of 5. Right, here we go. Is DarkCrow... No, DarkCrow's not going to get in the final. Is Ficus going to get into the grand final? Is he going to try and make it 4 in a row? Or is Destroy going to fight back?
Let's fight!
Right. Ficus with Volko. He's got the ult perk ready to go. Destroy playing Apep. Demon Warrior Apeps are probably going to be the cheap deck that we saw before that he played with Ratbo. Might not be as effective, but we'll see. The cheap deck is particularly effective with Ratbo since you're generating scrats every time. But Ficus is not going to want to really go for the late game here, especially using that perk 3. He wants to end this game with his perk 3 push. Right. Grabbing both bridges with Radic. Radic grabs the Rage as well. Remember, Radic doesn't do that much base damage, especially when he's not close to it. Ooh. Surprised that that Boomer got off. Awkward bridge grab here is likely to play that into trouble. Okay, so an XP lead for Destroy. Starts spamming Heal Puff, Knight. Blood Imps are out. No immediate way for them to be punished. And remember, no Volko hitting air, so he has to be careful with that.
Red obtained perk number 2.
His shield guard's going to be somewhat problematic to deal with. What does he have to do with deal with all of these prop horde? Prop scrats. I think he's going to take massive damage here. That's what's going to happen. He might just be dead here. He can't handle the prop horde. Okay, he's going to survive. The Boomer kept him in it, but the Blood Imp's getting punished. Very low HP for Destroy. No direct face damage, I don't think, from Ficus. Oh, he's misplayed a little bit there. Wanted to get that assassin. Right, big demon warrior out. He's still in it. Health is a resource. He's got the regular perk too, so he has a shield. What can he do with it? Heal puff. He's going to need to be super careful with those blood imps. He's going to want to use them to cycle and grab bridges, but he simply cannot. Okay. Okay, he's doing a lot of face damage to Ficus himself. Right, this game is on a knife edge here. XP is level. Oh, there's the Musketeer on face. Oh, it's over.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for
Once you lose the ability to use those blood imps, it stifles your hand a little bit. And Ficus takes that. Both players doing a lot of face damage there. That Musketeer just getting that last hit. And unfortunately, the bats were triggering the riposte of the Musketeer, which probably caused him to actually do enough damage to kill. Previously, without that riposte, I don't think he would have done that double damage. Right. Okay. So Ficus is the grand finalist. Which means he'll play Disu in said grand final. Take a little break here. And once we're back, we'll look at the bans from these players. And then we'll get ready for the grand final. Raining. Okay. It's grand final time, guys. Internet lagged for Destroy. Oh, that's frustrating. Both teams, both players very low HP at that point. No margins for error. Okay. So, two remain. Disu and Ficus. Disu is the only one that stands in the way of Ficus, making it 3+1, 4 tournaments in a row. Let's get set and ready for this grand final. Going to be best of 5 again, Conquest rules. Conquest rules. Okay. Right. I think Disu is player 1 on the website, so we'll go with that. Just to keep our OCD happy. Then we'll just wait for the bands to come in. Don't forget to enter the giveaway if you have not so far. Come on. And let's create a new prediction. Not who will win, who will be the champion. Isu or Bickford. Okay, here we go. Right, we have the bands. Bands. So, let's examine them. One second, please. Your call is important to us. Right, so Disu is player 1, which means Disu has banned Valorian. Karmic. Deadshot uses Karmic, it's also pretty meta. Crystal Sentry, that's definitely a specific Disu ban. We don't see too many other people playing the Crystal Sentry. And the Red Golem, I don't know. Have we ever seen Deadshot play a Red Golem deck? Not sure. So hold on. Hold on. I think I messed that up completely. Let's start again. Because the players are a different way round as they are on my screen here. So let's try to not mess that up. So Deadshot has banned Valorian. Daggerfall. Bearvalanche. And Defenso Chopper. Seems like he might be going for some Horde. And Ficus has banned Apep, as we said. Karmic. Crystal Sentry. Okay. So my thoughts were correct. I just had them on the wrong bit of the screen. Okay, Red Golem seems an interesting ban. So Disu banning Valorian, Defenso Chopper. The spells Daggerfall and Ficus. And Ficus. No, Daggerfall and Bearvalanche. He hasn't banned Ficus. You can't ban an opponent. And Ficus has banned Apep, Karmic, Crystal Sentry, and Red Golem. Right, Ficus, Disu. We are ready here. Got the champion thing going on in the predictions. That's the wrong thing. That's the right thing. Right. Guys, let's do this. Yep, you did great again. Destroy, well played. Copter's good to see you. Get in the giveaway. Right, we've got one match to go. It's the grand final. It's Disu against Ficus. I don't know who's won more of these events, but Ficus has won the last 3. And I think that's probably more important than the stat of who's won more. Ficus. Okay, so The last three Vickers. Disu, Disu, Disu. I think they may be on 3 wins each. At least from the events that I can see that go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 20 events. An easy way to see who won these events? No, of course there's not. Okay, I've given the ready signal in the form of a symbol. I've received the same in return. The players have been told they can go when they're ready. This is it. It's the grand final. The winner will walk away with $160 of cold hard cash in digital form. Oh, excuse me. Right. Submissions closed. Lots of points on Disu. Okay, only 2 people actually getting involved in that. Copter's going hard for Disu. Wait, how does that work out? Oh, okay, that's 2 people for Disu. Okay, 1 person for Vickers. Right, okay. I see. Let's see. Right, here we go! Yeah! Grand final time! Both these players, contender rank so far this season. The highest rank possible. So I'm sure they've played each other a lot on the ladder. Let's see what they bring out. Right, Disu, King Puff. We've seen this before, I think. King Puff, ATG drone in there, which could be good. Vickers banning the Crystal Sentry and then playing it himself. Right, Deadshot's going to take that Prowler on face. Lovely split from the Marines there. One walks off, one doesn't. Forces a response. Could be kind of happy with how that went. Base damage not so well, not so great, but... Right, Monkey lives. Basically, free mana banking.
Blue obtained the first bird.
There is the bridge switch available if he needs it. He'll probably switch here to take that bridge. Nicely done. Might impetus off the top there. There it is. Scrapyard? Okay, Scrapyard is from the Simulacrum, right? Where is the Scrapyard from? Does he have... That's the Simulacrum symbol, right? Right? Simulacrum doesn't copy buildings, though, does it? What am I seeing here? Help! Where did the Scrapyard come from? He's copied a Scrapyard, but from where? Am I missing something? Does he just have the Scrapyard in his deck? What is the symbol on top of it? I don't know. I mean, it's just tech, right? Maybe he must just be playing the Scrapyard. There's no other way to explain it. Right, he has the bridge switch if he needs it. He's generating tech, wants to get as much tech as possible to have a big Scrapyard push. I was so confused. That was one of the least likely cards I was expecting to see. That's why I was very confused. Didn't quite keep it alive, unfortunately. King Path Scrapyard deck. Nice bridge grab, forces out the response. He's at maximum tech, so he doesn't really want to hold on to his Scrapyard too long. XP Ficus is ahead. Okay, there it is. He needs to be careful, though, because he doesn't want to get this just nailed by the dragon. Oh, this is not looking amazing. Okay, keeps it alive for now. But this is just going to get nailed by the dragon. He doesn't have the mana for it yet, though. Big XP lead for Ficus at the moment. Dragon not available yet, so he's going to take some face damage here, waiting for this. Interesting deck from Deadshot, because he doesn't have a lot of Outlander units, so he's not going to be just getting a ton of tech each cycle. But he kind of banks it up and then does a big push with it. But now he's in the situation where he can't use it, because he knows if he uses it, Ficus uses his dragon on it. So Ficus is holding his dragon, Deadshot's holding his... oh, he needs some help at the bottom. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Holding his Scrapyard.
Blue has earned perk number 3.
This feels problematic for Deadshot. Deadshot's going to get his perk 3 soon, though. Needs to do something with it. Here it is. Right, here's a push. He needs to get the dragon out from Ficus. Here comes the dragon. Now he can put down his Scrapyard, should he wish to. Okay. Nice pincer. It's his face damage. ATG Drone's going to die here. Don't know if Deadshot was thinking that might have been his only option, but let's see. He only has 129 tech, specifically. So not massive Scrapyard value. He's going to go in here and bridge switch. Okay, so he has a lot at the top that Ficus needs to deal with, but Ficus also has a lot at the bottom. Deadshot's going in! But can he survive this? I don't think he can. No, he cannot.
My rule is eternal.
Feel like, I don't know if his only option was to go in there, but it didn't work out. Okay, I was very confused by that Scrapyard. I was not expecting that in that deck at all. Kind of awkward where he couldn't play it because of the dragon for all that time. Probably an annoying matchup. Because all Ficus needs to do is wait for him to put the Scrapyard down, get the stuff out, and then just Dragon Breath it. Okay, well, we know that Deadshot likes to play very different kind of things. That was a different kind of thing. I don't know. Could he have played it differently at the end there? He went in when I don't know if he needed to. He was... I don't know if he could have defended. Who knows? There was a Prowler. There was an Incubus. There was the Dragon itself. And Ficus was able just to stall long enough. I was so confused. I thought it came from the Simulacrum, and then I was like, well, but they shouldn't copy buildings, so it's got to just be there natively. And it was. I think one of the things that holds Disu back a little bit is that he doesn't like to be a meta sheep. He wants to play outside of the meta. And I think that holds him back sometimes. Whereas Ficus just fully embraces it. So Ficus has won with Morelia. So no more Morelia for Ficus. Boss Gene. relax. So if you're not sure with how Scrapyard works, you generate Outlander tech, which is just an Outlander mechanic. Every time you draw an Outlander faction card, draw means it enters your 4-card hand. You generate tech based on the rate of, I don't know, what is it? 5 tech per mana value of the card drawn. So if you draw a 2 mana card, you get 2 times 5 tech, 10 tech, something like that. And then the Scrapyard consumes that tech and gives you units in return. Outlander units, ground minions only. Let's see what the players decide to do in game 2, and we're going to find out right now. Because one game to the good. Probably getting a fairly favourable lineup of the decks against each other there. Right, Disu, King Puff, is he sticking? Possibly. Is there going to be a confusing Scrapyard? Let's find out. Vicus, wrecked. Like a very familiar deck. Again, he's using the standard wrecked perks. Shadow Dance. One Punch Blast. Disu's using the standard KP perk. Or perk 2. King's Gift, no Mimic Magic. Okay, Scrapyard again. So if you see next to Deadshot's cards, down the bottom left, he's got that 65. On the right-hand side, up to 80 now. That's his tech counter. That's what will be consumed to generate the stuff from the Scrapyard. You can hold up to 200 tech. So once he gets up to 200 tech, that's the maximum he can get. So any more drawing of Outlander cards is kind of wasting the ultimate value there. We're likely to see a lot of stuff come out, and then it's going to get hypnotized. And that's going to be a little frustrating. Right, de-aggro's the Musketeer. Going for face damage here. It's not going to do too much face damage. Right, there's the bridge switch. We've got to be, from Vicus' point of view, we've got to be expecting that Deadshot's playing the same deck.
Red got the second burst.
Okay, there's the Hypnotize. This is going to be potentially painful. He can switch out of this to try to keep his... He would love to keep this monkey alive. He's not going to. But he tried his best. Right, 150 tech. He's getting close to where he's going to be forced to use the Scrapyard, or he's going to be less than efficient. Right, there we go. He waited for the jump. Scrapyard will start spawning stuff. It's a wrecked Walker. That's not amazing. Needs something to support it. He gets it. Okay. There comes some Marines. Nice switch. Okay, getting some decent value out of it. Oh, nice impetus. Whirly will die, and his units will live. And this is great. He's going to do a decent amount of face damage here. And not only that, he's going to be holding the bridges for a while. So, and we've seen before, he really goes in. That shock rock, that stun blast, sorry, doesn't do too much in terms of face damage. But actually, the push keeps on going. And we've seen before where he's taken the opportunities to do massive damage. And that's exactly what he did there. Because low HP. The Hypnotize is not going to give him what he wants. Back up to 88 tech. But as we said before, it's not a very heavy Outlander deck. He's not going to be getting the scrapyard every cycle. I mean, he could, but he's not going to get much from it. XP level, but because very low health-wise. Deadshot will be looking just to put together another push with the scrapyard. Awkward hand. Right, there we go. Scrapyard takes some damage, unfortunately. What's coming out of it? Marines. Not the best Hypno. Not going to get too much value. And here comes the push. He's got a bridge switch. He's perk 3, so Night Puff's coming. And I don't know how Thickus defends this. 307 HP. Impetus just to shred his defense. Nice one-punch blast. Gets the target that he needed. Thickus surviving for now. Deadshot is going to be level on XP. He's got a decent amount of units up. No one-punch blast anymore. Only use it on the field. Okay, Deadshot's going to level this up, surely. There we go. We get some Marine DPS, maybe some Bounceberry Flingers just hitting something in there. And again, Deadshot bringing a win condition by just committing when he got the opportunity. Really went in hard. You could see his strat just kind of hold the bridges, do what he can, generate that tech. And there was no good counter for it. We saw a Hypnotize, which was kind of cringe on the 2 Marines. Felt like a bit of a panic Hypnotize. Gotta wait, get more value out of that. It wasn't holding up. He didn't have any support coming. Marines were just going to tickle each other. And then Deadshot was able to push off of the back of that. Right, 1-1. 4-0 to Tottenham. What is going on? That's a full-time result. Tottenham beat City 4-0 at the Etihad. Both our first-choice centre-backs are injured, and we keep a clean sheet. Yeah, Vickers is really doing well lately. I feel like in the past he was carried by some decks, but now that's not so much the case. Remember, the stun blast gives you a long stun, but it also marks the enemies. So mark means your ranged minions will prioritize attacking them if they're in range, and they'll do more damage to them. So not only have you got a big stun, you've got a lot of extra damage and redirected damage. Right, 1-1. Game 3. Vickers took the first game. Deadshot fought back. But remember, Deadshot's now won with that King Puff deck, so no more King Puff for him. Let's see where he goes next. So about that load time. Oh, looks like Disu Alt F forward. Okay, this match is not going to start. Deadshot said, I Alt F forward because I think I got the bug where you get put into a random ladder game. Hit ready and the match queue started and found me a game. Okay. Very strange. You missed the prediction again? Good job, Hanno. Deadshot may have messed up. Okay, game ended unexpectedly. Okay. Yep, the Hypno was a problem. Not only do you lose the value of the bad Hypno, you lose the value of the good Hypno that you could have had. Opportunity cost. Because we're playing a good team. If we play a bad team, we lose. If we play a good team, we win. What is happening? Who knows? Right, hold tight. Okay, everything's broken. Okay, looks like we're loading in now. Hopefully we didn't miss too much. Okay, we didn't miss too much. We're only a minute. Sorry about that. Right, Disu against Ficus, game 3. Ficus has an XP lead playing Wrecked. Disu playing Milloween. Arcane Bolt. Does he clear everything at the top? Is that fake? Yes, it is. Going to get some face damage out of that as well. Only one bridge from the bridge buddies. You have enough firepower here. The shield's going to save it. Okay, nice. Okay. XP lead for Ficus, though. Not sure that was a correct play. Deadshot playing the spellbook. As he always does. And probably always should. Right. Again, normal perk. Wrecked, keeping that presence on the field, keeping the bridges locked down. Oh, Deadshot's made a mistake again. They're at the bottom with the bridge buddies. Dragging stuff back onto them. Gets the nats from the spellbook. He's behind on HP, so he does get those buffed flightless dragon whelps. Okay, did a good job. Quick reactions there. Impetus at the top. No, he's not. He could have saved that bridge. Possibly. Disu not in a great spot. Down a lot of health. And a decent amount of XP. Get away. This is the Impetus Blast. He gets value from it. Okay, nice chain. Right, Deadshot has a chance here to put some pressure on. He's going to do a lot of face damage. Watch these whelps go. Chunks of that tower disappearing. Huge chunks of that tower. Look at that. 555 HP, and suddenly Deadshot gives himself another win condition. We know he's going to have spells to potentially go face. He has a beam. He'd love to use it on face, but he doesn't want to just use it on face. Okay, now the whelp buff goes to Ficus. He's behind on HP. If this goes the distance, then you'd probably think Ficus is in a stronger position, being ahead on XP. But Deadshot has these spells to support these pushes. Oh, the one-punch blast gets off. I don't know if the freeze stops that. Assassin! Deadshot just goes in with the whatever you're going to play, I'm going to kill. Lovely play! Impetus wins the game there. And again, Disu goes in. He says, whatever you're going to play, I'm going to Arcane Bolt it. It was a stint, but it took the defense out, so the assassin got on face. And then he said, whatever you're going to play, I'm just going to Impetus it away, and my assassin's going to kill it. Wow. And I think that's something... I don't know if Deadshot's changed the way he plays, you know, not recently, but he feels so much more aggressive than he used to be. He used to be just like super control, keep everything locked down, keep the bridges. But now you give him an inch and he takes a mile. The Shock Rock with the whelps on face absolutely decimated him. Okay, Disu 2, Ficus 1. Okay, so Disu 1 game away from being the champion. Ficus needs to win the next 2 to make it 4 in a row. Looks like Disu is playing very well and very aggressively. There are a few plays there that really changed it. The Shock Rock, keeping the whelps alive. Those raged whelps doing insane damage on his face. Got him down to 555 HP, I think. Then suddenly things have changed. If Ficus has a lot of HP and is ahead on XP, then Disu doesn't really have a win condition. But face damage gave him that win condition. And that Arcane Bolt, I don't think anyone else in the game would have played that Arcane Bolt. Just, he knew that Ficus was going to play something to tank the assassin. He didn't care what it was. He was bolting it. Mana, trade, irrelevant at that point. Just get rid of that, get that assassin on face, and then boom. Impetus Blast, your defense is no longer relevant. Right. So, Disu was playing Milloween. He's won with Milloween, so no more Milloween for Disu. But we see how much base damage these players are taking match in, match out. Just going to show that they're not doing everything they can to prevent that. They're using that health as a resource. But eventually that resource can and will run out. Right, Deadshot 1 game away. We call him Deadshot, we call him Disu. He's got... His name has varied from time to time. Def Shoot, Waniani, Def Shot, Disu. They're all one of the same person, I believe. But yeah, he sees those opportunities to do damage. I see it when I play pre-mades with him. He will take it. I don't know if he got mad. Whether he got mad or not, one thing Vickers needs to do here is to get even. 2-1 down, best of 5. Match point for Disu.
Duel.
Right, straight off the bat, Vickers grabs the bridges. Wrecked. He's played Wrecked twice. He's lost with Wrecked twice. Okay, Monkey's going to heal at the top. Very frustrating to see that. Sometimes you just got to accept it. You can't push in. Yeah, I think Vickers messed that split up as well. He wanted one of those to go onto the bridge at the bottom and take it. He doesn't. And then they're just going to get murdered by this Defenso chopper. Deadshot gets an early XP lead. And the Prowler dies as well. That's big. Shockrock kills and stops the bridge. Remember, bridges are on a timer now. 1.5 seconds. That's why you can do things like that. That Whelp at the top's going to almost get a chunk off. Didn't quite. There's some face damage coming out here. Deadshot letting it happen, prioritizing the bridges. That Musketeer's still poking away. Right, Vickers sees an opening there with that damage. Maybe a little bit more damage here. Probably going to play the Wogasaur pop. No, I thought he was going to spit and then run. He did not.
Blue got the second first.
Okay, there's a better split from Vickers. Deadshot playing Valorian. He has the ult perk, the Fervent Warrior. Those Whelps are just going to get eaten up by that Defenso. Nice bridge grab collision there. Pushes it onto the bridge, gets the bridge. We're going to Shock Rock this. The Shock Rock was a little late, so although he didn't go back, he did dodge the first attack. Whoa, the DPS there. Just enough to kill the Whirly. And remember, those are going to be raged, those Whelps, if you're behind on HP. Deadshot's behind on HP, but he's well ahead on XP. Vickers commits to kill the Monkey, and I think that's a mistake. Should have known that the Fervent Warrior was ready to go. And Deadshot in a strong position here. Gonna keep the pressure on. And again, pushing stuff away, trying to do this face damage. Again, the Shock Rock. Okay, the Musketeer is going to help clear this up. But Defenso says, I don't care, you're dead. Deadshot doesn't quite get the bridge grab at the top. Seemed a little slow there, did our Disu. Could have saved that. Right, perk 3 now for Disu, so things are powering up for him. Because we'll have that one-punch blast, but what will it achieve? Well, that monkey just dying at the top. No collision there. Wreck does not weigh enough. Well, it should push off Wreck. I don't know. Wreck should be mythic, right? Who knows? This feels like Deadshot's just going to keep this pressure on. Going to be doing more face damage. Ficker's dropping very low here. Under 400 health. Still going. This could be the end here. He misplays the Screaming Scrat. He doesn't even get the bridge from it. That's frustrating. Right, no spells for Disu to finish him off, but 118 health, and he's 30 XP behind. This is hugely problematic for Ficus. Needs a big push. Needs to somehow kind of win before Deadshot either finishes him off or gets them on a frenzy. One Punch Blast is not going to do what it needs to do. Monkey's going to heal. Deadshot is closing in on the title here. Ficus, not much he can do. Ficus gives the cheers emote. Deadshot's about to be the champion. And there it is.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Wrecked is good, but he's not as good as Valorian right now. Maybe next season with some nerfs to Valorian. But right now, Deadshot is the champion. Ficus's reign of 3 in a row comes to an end. And Deadshot kind of playing out of his mind there. Okay, Deadshot is the champion. Been a while since we've said that. But I'm sure he'll be happy and probably will talk our ear off about it. Okay, we're going to be joined by Disu for an interview, but we will have to wait a little bit. Just a couple of minutes. Which should be worth it. Right, let's get ready for that. Right. Don't forget, big shout out to Ficus for putting a great effort in there. Been the champion many times in a row. This one just too much. Right, let's... Okay, let's wait to see when the stream sees the result. Gonna be close. There it is. GG. Okay, right. Okay, hope you guys have got an hour or two to spare, because you know what Deadshot's like. Hello, Disu. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
You can hear me. That's great. I can hear you. That's brilliant. That's what we need. We can have a conversation. Congratulations!
For interviews.
You are, and we haven't said this for a while, the champion.
Okay.
Not throwing any shade, just factual.
Right.
How do you feel?
I cut you off twice there, Fish, with a big line. My bad. I'm good. It's nice to win one of the tournaments, especially given like the fact that we may have less in the future. I'm glad to have pulled out a nice win here.
You did, and you had to beat Ficus, who we've seen win the last 3 events. I'm sure he's beaten you during those events. What was different today compared to those previous events where he was able to beat you, whereas today you were able to beat him?
Well, I would say his repetition eventually just gets worse and worse when you bring it to the same tournament over and over again. And DarkCrow and I, we were talking in DMs as Ficus was playing out versus Destroy. He was saying things like defense was really good and that he was confident I'd be able to catch him if I changed some of my cards. And in a way, we were kind of strategizing. It worked out really well.
Yeah, we have said that before. We saw Set previously and Ficus. They are a little bit predictable, whereas you are completely the opposite. And of course, you know that has its strengths and its weaknesses, depending on how things play out. I've asked you numbers of times, especially when you've won events in the past, because you did kind of go off the boil for a while and then you came back. Is this prime Disu?
I think so. I don't think I'm gonna get any better in the future. I think that's 2019 I played better, but that's also a completely different meta compared to nowadays. So it's really hard to say. I would say that especially when you make arcane bolts right at the Master Tower. I think I'm doing all right.
That's one thing I wanted to talk about. But before that, we spent some time yesterday hanging out, and I was playing some solos, and you were coaching me, and we were talking about how sometimes you feel like you're in the zone, and sometimes you just don't, and sometimes you just feel like everything's just snappier and easier. Did you feel like that today?
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear most of it. I think you cut out.
Brilliant. Yeah, okay. Well, yesterday we were chatting and we were hanging out and playing some together, and you were coaching me, and we were talking about how sometimes you feel like you're in the zone and sometimes you don't.
Right.
And when you're in the zone, everything just feels easier and snappier. Did you feel in the zone today?
Yeah. There were a couple matches where I almost went on autopilot, sort of like you got to pay attention the whole time and got to catch yourself from not slipping. That's how it is for me, at least. And I do think I managed to do that for the vast majority of these games. I think I was lucky in the Swiss with my opponents just because I didn't have to worry about one of the main threats that usually knocks me out until round 5. So that made it, where I was pretty confident I would make it no matter what. And then
it's DarkCrow, of course.
3-1. Yeah, DarkCrow. And then 3-1 in semifinals and finals. I think I was on my game today.
Very nicely done. So one of the things we talk about being in the zone, being snappy, you really need that when you're playing Milloween and you want to just grab that spell book, make a quick decision, make the correct decision, and just play it and go. Obviously, you've got kind of like that 5-second window. Any longer than that, and you're sort of wasting a little bit of value. But I think that's something that I struggle with a little bit, and you clearly do not.
Thank you. Yeah.
No real question there, just sort of something I just mentioned. But yeah, one thing I mentioned is I feel like you're so aggro when, not necessarily in the decks, but when you see an opening, you will just go for the throat. And I don't think that's something that Deadshot of some time ago would do. Do you feel like that's a part of your game that you've changed up?
You're absolutely right. Yeah. I would not have made those plays with like the arcane ball or by impetusting units away from tower in the past because I mostly focused on playing it safe. And I think that my gameplay nowadays has more risk to it because I take more chances and I'm willing to like try things out more than I used to, which is why I won like versus DarkCrow with Dragon Nest, Sniper deck, and then the third one was my gas deck. And it's a lot of variety, and I think I've gotten to the point now where my variety is all capable of winning, which is the point that I've been trying to get to for a while now.
Yeah, we see like you just shock rock the tower at one point, and you got those 3. I don't know if they were Rage Dragon Whelps just absolutely chewing through his tower, and that suddenly that opens up a win condition that 10 seconds ago you didn't seem to have. You were behind on XP. Right. He had a lot of face tower damage, tower health. left, and then suddenly this one play opens up a window that it looked like you didn't have a win condition at all. He had health, he had XP, and then suddenly that changes everything.
Usually it takes a couple times. You get to the tower, you get your burst of damage, and you want to repeat that further on in the match. In ladder games, it's easier and you can be more bold, but in these tournament games, it's even harder to find those moments because you can't get as much from them because your opponents are, well, better, because it's the tournament scene. But it worked out.
I think there's a little bit of an onus on the opposing players as well to sort of expect that more from you. The more you do it, the more they've got to be aware, and I guess that kind of puts even more pressure on them because these sort of innocuous-looking attacks suddenly turn into something that can change the game just through a good spell.
And there are ways of catching me, like if you know what I'm gonna do, it's sort of like you can out-mind game each other. Like if I think they're gonna let my units reach the tower, I might play a spell because I'm setting something up. But then they might answer it as I'm playing a spell. It's situations where that's what I mean by risk, right? Is there's a possibility of them stopping it as I try and make it work. It's like safe aggro, but it also has a risk if the opponent's on top of it.
Indeed. And we've got to talk about the finish to the game where that wasn't the final game, or was it? Was it the final game? I don't know. I've lost track. But
it was game 3 with the Arcane Bolt.
We're talking about the Arcane Bolt that you played. You preemptively played because you knew he was going to play something to tank the assassin. And without sounding like I'm blowing too much smoke up your ass, I can't imagine any other player in the game just doing that. Just preemptively playing the Arcane Bolt because whatever is there, doesn't matter what it is, you just got to kill it and get that assassin on face, and then textbook impetus blast at the end just to clear his defense. Really good to
thank you, Chris. I do think that was my highlight of the tournament, compared to like the other matches, because I was expecting a Musketeer. I did not think he was going to block with Stint, but catching Stint, I was like, ooh, that's 5 mana for 2 mana, still reach the tower, and then he has the Spellweaver walking over, and it's moments like that where patience is super important, because I'm thinking to myself, I know it's not going to take out my assassin, and before it gets to that point, I'm going to impetus it away. So I waited as long as possible, and he spawned the Musketeer as I played it. Hence, that's why I like to wait as long as possible when it comes to those scenarios. Yeah. The assassin was uncontested.
Well, I think those are the kind of plays we're talking about that Disu of, however long ago would not have even considered playing. You'd be like, oh my god, what if I Arcane Bolt something what if I Arcane Bolt a Stint? Oh god, that's going to bring me out in hives. That's such a bad trade. Whereas this Disu is like, right, just whatever it is, it's going to die. We're going in. And sometimes those plays just kind of speed up the inevitable and you end up just killing them eventually anyway, or you were going to win, but you just win a little bit sooner. But as we said before, some of those just really open up an opportunity that you didn't have before, and that's really interesting to see because, some of these matches are so choreographed and played out, you can kind of just tell what's going to go on, and you can see someone's got an XP lead, and then there's no way that you're going to come back. But then suddenly these things change the whole game on its head, and that's really exciting from the player's point of view, from people's watching point of view. So I appreciate that, and I know from we played quite a lot of pre-mades, and I know a lot of the plays you make in there, you do quite try to do these plays that people don't expect. And a lot of the times they do come off.
Not always, and those are your favorite moments.
Yeah, I do like it when you mess up for sure. But without being a dick, it's always good to see new things because when we've played thousands of hours of this game, we've almost seen everything, and then when you see something you haven't seen, then that's exciting.
It's like that flare of excitement you get when you're a new player, like it catches you off guard with excitement. Yeah. I know that's kind of why I go for it.
I know you're urging, you're just desperate to tell the stream about my bridge switch in our pre-maze match the other day when I bridge switched and blocked their Wheel of Doom with their unit and saved ours and killed theirs. I know you want to, but yeah, those are the kind of things we're talking about, right? These things that you don't see too often. And
where there's a whole setup that you need. It's one of those scenarios where even if you don't see it coming, you can play it correctly and get like an insane outcome. And those are what, if tournaments would have highlight reels, those are the moments you chase. And I enjoy getting to provide entertainment, which is also why I play variety, is because even if I don't think it's as strong, I want to do it because I think it makes for a better show. Because I'm not in this for the money anymore. Not to say I'm giving it away. But
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, what other questions? Anything that you want to ask me, or anything that you want to draw attention to from this event? Anything that we missed? Anything good,
I would say
anything bad?
APEP. I would say APEP was severely underrated. I think he was very under the radar this tournament. You saw Ficus ban him in the finals, which I was like a hit to the gut because I was really looking forward to pulling it out. I think his alt perk, it makes him insanely good for control matchups, which makes him insanely good for tournaments. You get 3 free/discounted cards, and it just makes your control so much easier versus the opponent. So I think more people should have given him a shot. I think in 90% of the time, the obelisk is better than the totem. The totem's more of a I need it, so I use it. But you want the other one because you're going to be able to get more value from the variety and the bridge grabs. I think he was the best master that saw the least play.
One thing that I found interesting was I think you had a wrecked mirror matchup. I think.
I did not play Wrecked at all.
Okay. So somebody had a wrecked mirror matchup, but I think it was Ficus always stuck to the default wrecked perk instead of the gun Carter, which, from what I've seen, I can't remember the last time I saw someone on ladder play the normal perk. What are your thoughts there? Does Ficus know something we don't, or is he just more comfortable with that?
I think it is comfortable. I think it's more like this is what he does, and so he's sticking to it. I know for at least one of our games in this final series, I saw he had the alt perk selected, but I'm not sure if he kept it. I feel like he might have switched it back. I saw it there for a moment though. And there is value in it, especially because I'm banning Daggerfall and Beverledge. So when he's playing Wrecked, he basically gets AoE from the illusionary clone. Because I was kind of directing my style towards Horde here, and I think it gives him a little more of a defensive edge, even offensive, than Gunkata. But generally speaking, I would say Gunkata is much stronger. It gives you double the health, 50% more attack damage, and regeneration. I think it's very powerful right now.
I think it's very powerful, but I think it is a little overshadowed, especially on the ladder with Volko and Valorian. And I think, Volko,
Right.
Valorian, Wrecked, all of those are kind of overshadowing APEP a little bit. Of course, we're going to have some balance changes in the next patch. Remember, we're still having monthly patches. We're having balance patches driven by the community. If you want to get involved in those, join the Minion Masters Discord. Follow the instructions. Have your suggestion. What do you think? If you got an idea if something needs to be made stronger or weaker, suggest it. Give your rationale behind it, and we'll have a look. And people will give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. If it gets a lot of thumbs up, then it's got a good chance of making it into the next patch. And also,
just you've
Yep.
cut out twice now, but I think you're good.
I don't know. Okay. Maybe it's just on Discord. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's some noise suppression or something. Let's see at the chat.
I think Volko, though, stands out as one of those that people maybe would have expected to see a lot more play throughout the tournament.
Oh, you're
But when
sick
it
as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I still have a respiratory infection, but I think it's getting better. But Volko, the thing is with tournaments compared to ladder is those decks that you see people playing in ladder, they're harder to win with the better the opponent because they're super aggro. And like you and I have talked about, the more aggro the deck, it's sort of like the more control the opponent has on deciding the matchup based on how well they play. So you don't see him much in the tournaments because you're facing really good players, especially in the top 4. So you don't want to play a style that relies on them. You want to play something that relies on your own ability. In case anyone was wondering why you hadn't seen way more Volko, given his insanely high win rate in ladder.
Yeah. I think it's interesting because, back in the day, APEP would be 100% either played or banned, and that was kind of it. You had a master ban and it was APEP, and that was it. Whereas I think now it's a lot more interesting. People will play a lot more different things. There are still those masters that are not necessarily great. We didn't see any Mordar today. We didn't see any Stormbringer.
No
Not
Tronvir,
sure.
but
We did see Tronvir.
did we?
Yeah, we
Okay,
did see a
good, good.
Tronvir. Which Tronvir is kind of another one that's just getting completely overshadowed by the other masters. It was
Right.
played all the time, and then now it's just been forgotten. I think maybe one of the parts of that is how good a lot of the other masters' alt perks are, and how kind of bad
Yes.
his is.
which alt perks I'd say are still the #1 reason tournaments have had so much more variety. I think that because a a lot of them are strong, it encourages people to do different things, knowing that they're going to be a factor in the game. I think it's made tournaments a lot better when it comes to a fresh sort of matches, you know?
Yeah. And the whole alt perk thing was kind of tricky because you want to give a different option that's not just necessarily a better option, because that doesn't really change anything. You just have a master now with a better perk. But the kind of the perks that work in different ways in different situations, and it's always nice to see if a player is making that conscious decision during a game to change the perk based on what they're seeing. I don't think we see that too much, but it's definitely something that can happen. But it might also be something where you see people changing the perks based on the deck they're playing, as opposed to reacting to what's going on in the match too much.
I would say that you see it less in tournaments because a lot of the matchups are stable. There's not like these crazy one-sided situations where you make a big difference by changing your perk. Most people go in with their specific deck, with their specific plan, and they don't want to mess it up because usually what the opponent's playing isn't some sort of extreme. They're playing their own balanced deck with their own ideas. So if you switch your perk, it's usually not going to make some crazy difference. You're just going for the one that you think is strongest into the matchup. I don't think we've seen a mid-tournament change yet. But personally, I could see it happening with Wrecked. I think his illusionary perk could be something that you bring out, like, unexpected, and then like, big impact perks are the ones that people would really change if we were to see them in tournaments.
Sicaria said, in celebration of the win, could we get another karaoke session from Disu? I don't think your lungs are up to it, unfortunately, at the moment.
No.
If you don't know what that's in relation to, then we've on stream on a couple of occasions, and maybe in the future we'll watch more. Disu did a karaoke night at a local bar or whatever for Halloween. He was dressed up and he sung "Human" by Rag and Bone Man, and it was great. It was actually great, but he says he can do better. He can go deeper.
He can do better. I can go so deep, Fish.
Don't. So, who knows? But yeah, that was really good. And I think I always see the thing that gets me with that is like Disu of old. I can't imagine you ever A, dressing up, B, doing karaoke, or C, leaving the house. And you're doing all three of these things. And it's just wild to me how much things have changed.
Yeah, you've known me since early 2019, I think. And we've done a lot of stuff together. We ran the Fish tournaments. We've, done plenty of games together. I've got thousands of hours on your stream. So you know me quite well. And you get to see all these changes that happen because I've been here for 6 years now and basically grown up throughout my teenage years in this community.
I consider you a friend, and I know you consider me your best friend, which is, kind of an awkward dynamic, but, we make it work.
What you like. Of course.
So yeah, we don't know what the future of Minion Masters is going to be like with regards to the game, with regards to the tournaments, but, I think the game's in a pretty decent place at the moment. Hopefully the balance will continue to be good. One thing I wanted to mention is we saw Kyle, I think it was, playing the Berserker, which was quite tricky to deal with. And I know a lot of people have said about how difficult she is, and I think that's maybe specifically when she's supported with spells and stuff and wildcarded in duos. But she can still be a real pain to deal with in solos, and it was an interesting deck from Kyle there with the Berserker and the Colossus plus the bear, the hill bear, as we like to call him. And of course, in the next patch, we've got slight range reduction of her here.
Yeah.
But I think she's definitely a card that has to be handled with care, and you can definitely get punished. Like, for example, I don't know if you saw any of it, but we saw Anno playing his classic Ravager Herald deck, and she was such a massive counter to that. Like, he would just vortex her into the Herald. Herald would smack it, she would fear it, she comes out of her any sort of a CC and just immediately nerfs the Herald.
It is a bit weird that she can hit air units, especially since not Bear Avalanche, the 7-mana bear who I don't know the name of, Urklaw, he cannot hit air units with his roar, and I think their abilities are
Right,
quite
okay.
similar.
Okay. Interesting. Well, we'll see what happens in the future with her. I think the range nerf on her fear is okay. We don't want to kill the card, but she fears like just way too much. I think even your ranged minions can't really deal with her unless they're like a I don't know, like
Because
an archer or something.
is it going below 8 range or
I think
8
it's
radius?
8. I think it's down to 8, 10 to 8.
Down to 8, so I guess you can get them with 10 range units. I think a lot of the card strength is purely in how hard it is to handle, not that the unit itself is as dangerous. I think it's just in the difficulty, which is why personally I don't find her to be insanely strong, but I've gone against her in those randoms games where she's wild carded, and her presence is so hard to counter when there's so much on the field, and she's going to fear whatever you play, and the opponent's obviously stack push. So I think she is a lot more of a problem in 2v2, especially when you can wild card her.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes next season. We've got a decent number of balance changes that'll be rolled out, so look on my YouTube for that video coming soonish, and we'll see. I think talking about how the community's balancing going forward, I think it was really helpful and useful, and appreciated that the devs gave us that data. Although it wasn't a huge amount of data, it was to show us the win rate and the play rate for the masters, for the perks, for the cards. And although you don't use that as the overall driving factor, you do use that as part of the decision-making progress, and that was really helpful to see. You could see Volko and alt perk 3 had such an insanely high win rate. Valorian alt perk 2 insanely high win rate compared to just the standard perks. So that was really really good to see, and hopefully they'll do that again next season, and that gives us a good idea. But that data is always interesting because you're going to automatically look at the stuff that's too strong, but also you want to look at the stuff that's too weak and try to make everything as viable as possible. And I've always been surprised since I've been doing my meta videos when I scrape the leaderboard. There's generally always almost all cards feature on the leaderboard at some point, and I think that's very surprising. I don't know if other games you would have that kind of thing. But of course some cards are used way less than others, but to have everything sort of viable in a leaderboard deck, that seems like a good start to saying that the game's reasonably balanced. How do you feel about that?
I would say it is pretty balanced, because I think a lot of those cards that you see, how you said every card gets played, it's probably because you can build your deck with really good cards and then your interesting card, which is what I like to do personally. You basically just, it's not that that card is too super weak, it's just that it's not as meta and it's not as good. But when you have all those other cards that already really fit the meta, you can play something and it can win you certain matchups because it's so different, or you just enjoy it because you're playing your own unique thing. And I think a lot of players also probably experiment and then they show up on ladder for a moment and then they probably go back to the normal decks. I know I do that. You especially before tournaments, you got to try out things and then you maybe lose a couple 100 points or even more on ladder, but it's all about practice. I would agree that the game is mostly balanced when it comes to the general card pool. There's always things that stand out, and that's probably never going to change. But it's nice. It's nice, yeah.
I mean, it's impossible to have nearly 300 cards, 14 masters now, is it? And all being balanced. There's ultimately going to be stuff that's better, stuff that's worse, but it's it's just trying to keep everything as viable as possible. And what you got to remember when it comes to balancing things is by nerfing things, you're effectively also buffing other things. So a lot of people say, well, why do you nerf the strong stuff? Just buff the weak stuff. Well, it's easier to nerf 10 cards than buff 50 cards, right? It's easier to do, and it's less.
Because the goal is just to even up the playing field, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you want everything to be super strong. You want everything to be the same strength.
And I think the thing people forget is that, or they overlook, is that by nerfing things, you are indirectly buffing other things, right? The things that are nerfed are relatively weaker compared to those things in the new setup.
I think a great example of that would be Morgul. He's on the leaderboard. He's seen a good amount of play this tournament, and I think that's because Legionnaires got nerfed, and there's, War Dancers don't split anymore, at least not, naturally. You can kind of push them off the tower. But because your mid-range splits are getting nerfed, what's the next, decent one? It's Morgul. And so he is now seeing play, which is awesome. He hasn't seen this much play, I don't think, in years.
Yeah,
At least not at that level that I play at.
back when
It's
he used to be a 4
refreshing.
mana card, didn't he? And
Yeah, 4 mana version was everywhere. Missed those days, but he's back and it's nice.
I think it's not necessarily a case that suddenly Morgul is way stronger than it used to be. I think it just opens up the discussion to what could I try instead, and then you try Morgul. You're like, actually, this has been overlooked. You know, some cards are literally overlooked, and the problem when you come to buffing underplayed things, sometimes they're underplayed not because they're weak, they're just kind of off of the radar for whatever reason, and then you buff it and suddenly it's back on the radar. It was balanced and now it's OP AF.
And I would say we've seen way more off the radar cards that come into play out of nowhere. Like Slitherbound, they had the same stats for I think over a year. At least they were constantly getting buffed for a long time. And then out of nowhere, they become one of those cards that people want to use because they do so much passive poison damage and you can insta place them on the bridge, and they've gotten major nerfs to the amount of damage they do since then because they were under the radar. It's the same thing with War Dancers. They were under the radar and then they got nerfed, and it's just both these cards that probably were viable before people even started using them. It's just a matter of figuring it out.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Right, okay.
Any closing notes?
No, I thought it was a good event. I was worried the promotion for this event was not the best, so I was worried that we may not get a good turnout, but we did have a good turnout, not only in terms of overall numbers, but we had a good turnout in terms of top players as well. Great to see Setback. Didn't expect to see him in any of the events. Playing on his phone, I don't know if you saw any of his matches, but I felt like he did a good job from playing on his phone. He kept DarkCrow pretty penned, pretty close. I think it goes to show you can play at a top level on the phone. I think you just might struggle a little bit if you're trying to play like a super cheap cycle deck.
Yeah, it's and those. I think it's harder to make precision plays with a finger on a screen compared to your mouse or your controller, because it's hard to make sure that your like minute placements are on point. But I think he still walked away with money. You know, he came, he participated, and he almost made top 4. And that was after not participating for months. So
yeah, we saw. I think he was gold rank, suggesting he's hardly played at all, which doesn't reflect his ability. But of course, if you're not playing, you're going to be dropping off a little bit. You're just not into the meta. You're not into just the swing of playing. You're not into just immediately reacting things that you've seen 1,000 times on the ladder this season.
Right, and that is another thing when you talked about being zoned in. It's like if you play actively, then you know what to expect and you know how to counter it. And that's one of those things that Set didn't get to have this tournament. It's because he's not up to date, and it probably made it harder for him to perform.
Yeah, I know we call you like a robot, but it's almost like training an AI. If an AI's seen a situation and knows how to react to it, then it's going to have a much better result than if you're showing it something new and it doesn't know what to do. And the more you play, the more of these weird interactions that you come across, and then you're like, oh, actually, that's how that works out. I'll remember that, and then if that comes up again, you're just good to go. We are basically just an AI,
right?
Or just an I. We're just an I. No A, just I. Some of us more than others. Right. Okay, guys, join the Discord. That's not what I wanted to say though. Join the giveaway. That's what I want to say. Here we go. Let me get the command. I do encourage everyone to join the Minion Masters Discord though and get involved in the balance. Everybody always has their say about balance, right? Lots of people are very vocal about it, but then when it comes to actually putting that into, actually putting that as part of the process to get balance changes, then these people are just not anywhere to be seen. Don't be that person. Join the Discord, get involved. You don't have to necessarily have ideas, but you can comment on ideas that others have. Give them a thumbs up if you like it. Give them a thumbs down if you don't like it. Is there a card that you think should be buffed? Is there a card or master and stuff that you think should be nerfed? You have that say. The devs have given the community the power to mold this game balance-wise, as long as it continues. And a reminder, we don't know what the future of the game is going to hold. Fingers crossed. I am hopefully going to find out how much the game has made in November, once November's over, and that will give us an idea of where things are. Remember, the devs told us $3,200 the game has to make to cover its costs. The devs are no longer making money from the game. They will simply be providing the game if it can pay for itself. So, and I know, Deadshot, we've probably had this discussion before, and many people have. The game's always had a bit of a problem when it comes to monetizing itself, and I don't know how that's going to be now, because a lot of people have got a lot of stuff, and they just don't really need to buy anything. But I think people maybe need to get into the mindset of just, you're buying rubies not because necessarily you need them, but because you want to support the game and you want the game to continue. And of course, if we have enough people do that, then the game will continue. If we don't, then it will be problematic.
If you want the game to stay alive, then go ahead, get a full collection, make that your goal. Get every skin, get every avatar.
Yeah, even if you've got that, just think, like, do you want this game to continue? If you do, buy some rubies. I don't know if there's going to be any other ways to support it. I've got some ideas of things we can do as a community, but I want to find out more just to see how the game's going. Is it making enough money already? And then we can maybe have some community events, try to raise some money if we need to. I definitely want the game to continue. I love playing it, even when I'm not streaming. I know a lot of people do. And there's still new players coming to the game day in, day out. Remember, it's on Xbox, PC, and Android. So we'll see. As long as that happens, then the game will keep going. If it's not, then it won't. I mean, I don't think it's going to last forever. But, I mean, we kind of had the decision with the choice to keep it going if we want to, as a community. Mm-hmm. So, consider supporting the game if you want it to continue. Remember, the money is not going to the devs. It's going straight into the game to keep the game ticking over. And if we make too much money in 1 month, fingers crossed we do, then that's kind of banked, and that can be used in future months. But yeah, that's pretty much all I want to say. But yeah, I love Minions. The community's mostly great, and hopefully it will continue. But yeah, the monetization thing has always been problematic, and nothing has changed since then. And now we need it more than ever.
It's a great game, and I think if we can keep ourselves at the minimum required income, we can do a lot of good things with balance changes, and I think we can keep it fun for a long time. I think that people need to keep that in mind. Is even if the devs are stepping back, they gave us control. We can make it cool. We can do what we want. We can make the fresh changes, and I think that's exciting.
It's all about if you're having fun, right? If we as a community are still enjoying the game, if we're playing it, we're having fun. If we want it to continue, there's no point keeping it running if there's 8 people playing and nobody's having a good time. But if there's a decent amount of people playing, and those people are having a good time, then why not keep the good times rolling?
All right, Fish. Well, I think I'm going to head out. I want to take a shower and get some food, but thank you, of course, and Sinobii for putting in so many years to keep these tournaments running and providing the entertainment.
Yeah, we mustn't forget Sinobii. These events would not happen without Sinobii. Maybe we need a Sinobii stream to bring Minions back from its knees.
You're right. Maybe if there's a donation goal for Sinobii to stream.
Oh, hello.
Who knows?
That's a good idea.
Anyways, again, thank you so much, Fish, for everything.
No problem. Thanks for joining me. Congratulations, and we'll see you around.
See you around.
Okay, that's it. Disu, congratulations. Always good to talk to him. He always has a lot to say. They should just add a subscription. I don't know if that's possible. Everyone has these ideas about what they can do, but there's no one to do it. There are no devs working on the game anymore, unfortunately. We get a day of devs, and that's just for the balance patches. That's basically all they can do. There's just no devs. People are like, oh, I've got this idea. Do this. Why not do that? Why not do that? Because there's no one to do it. But let's see how it goes. Let's try to remain positive, and we'll be here until the bitter end. We had a great event today. I appreciate everyone joining from wherever you are, whether you were playing, watching, bit of both. Much love. Thanks for the raids and the subs. Always good to see everyone. Matt says it just needs to last long enough for an alternative to release. That's the thing, right? It's like a diamond. There's just nothing that's the same. What can we do as a community? Can we... Okay, let's think outside the box. Can we... Do we have the skills in the community to develop the game for ourselves? Can we, like, license the IP and actually start developing the game? You know, these are ideas. You know, these are things we can do. Do we want to? Is it going to be a big thing? Yes. Is it possibly going to fail? Probably. Could we do it? Maybe. You know, you've got to think of these things. When you're brainstorming, there are no stupid ideas. Well, that's not true, but most ideas are kind of good ideas. So who knows? We know the journey we've been on. We know why we've ended up here. And we know what we can and can't do going forward. Right, okay, let's not waffle too much. I'll do the giveaway after the stream. So make sure you're in it. If you're lucky, you might just win it. I mean, some people do have that where they just game after game that they love ends up getting shut down, and you know, is it them that's the problem? If that's you, stop playing. Right. And I know there's a lot of animosity towards BetaDwarf for various things, but remember, without BetaDwarf, without FDM and Entropy, this game would not exist. So they must never be forgotten. He can always be blamed. Right. We're gonna raid. Come with me. Let's spread some love. Fish tank love. Yeah, see, look, Sinobie's not getting anything out of this. What a legend. You know, we must never forget what people put into these events. You know, Sinobii has been part of the Minion Masters community for as long as I can remember. Not sure when he started with the game, but I can't remember a time before. I can't remember a Minion Masters time before Sinobii. And you know, a lot of the new players are always surprised with how long this game has actually been about. Was this a new game? No, there's actually a 5-year skin for KP in the game. Oh. Been out a long, long time. Remember, it started back in the day on Discord, I think, as it was, you paid for it, and then it became free to play, and on Steam. You know, it's been a journey. There's lots of things. Right, we're going to do the awkward wave, and then we'll get out of here. Alright, I need to watch myself to see when I start awkwardly waving 3 minutes ago. And a reminder again, as I said many times, the video, the VOD, will be on YouTube tomorrow, probably. Which means you can watch it back if you want to. Lots of cool matches. Some, as we spoke about, some incredible plays from Disu. Definitely worth watching some of those again. Especially if you missed any of them. Okay, the game just needs to survive until Uncle's completed his coding degree. And then he's going to take over. Sounds like a plan. Who knows how long this journey will last, but we can enjoy it for as long as we can. One of the main points was, if we're having fun, if we're enjoying it, let's keep it going. If you're not enjoying it, if we're not enjoying it, if we're not having fun, then, you know, what's the point? Congratulations again to Disu, and a big shout out to Ficus as well, pushing him all the way in that grand final. 3 times in a row, Ficus has won. Wasn't quite able to make it 4 in a row, but 3 wins, followed by a grand final. Really well played. Okay, there we go, we're waving. If you want to see the full wave in its fullness, then check out the VOD. Okay, let's go see Rizzler King. He's playing on Xbox, remember, Minion Masters, free to play, Xbox, PC, as well as Mac, if you're going to include that in there, and Android. Check it out. Okay, you should have been raided out if you're still here. That's where we are, and I'm going.